Recently, I posted 2 compilation videos and the response has been really good. Many of you shared how much you enjoy watching or listening to my content while driving, working, or even falling asleep, among other things. Inspired by that feedback, I've put together another epic 4-hour compilation for you, this time featuring a bonus episode at the beginning narrated by my friend Joe. This compilation is all about the infamous Waffen SS, bringing together some of History at War's best episodes in one place. Whatever you're doing, I hope this video helps you relax or gives you a chance to escape for a while into the realms of history. Thank you so much for all the love and support on the videos. Anyway, let's go ahead and get the video started.
The foreign SS divisions, composed largely of non-German volunteers, are considered by many to have been some of the fiercest and most feared soldiers of World War II. As elite troops, they were trained to be the spearhead of the German offensives. Their combat prowess, combined with an intense ideological commitment, gave them a reputation that for some bordered on legendary. For others, however, these soldiers were seen as ruthless villains, committed to a brutal ideology. Historians and military scholars have long debated whether their actions in combat were truly superior to the rest of the German army. Some claim that their fighting ability was exaggerated, their fearsome reputation owing more to propaganda than to actual battlefield performance. Others argue that their commitment and effectiveness in combat were unmatched. Regardless, their role in the conflict remains one of the most controversial aspects of Nazi Germany's military structure. In this programme, we will explore 6 little-known curiosities about the Waffen SS. Curiosities that may challenge or deepen your understanding of these notorious units. Did they have priority when it came to receiving new weapons? What role did they play within the intelligence services? How did they manage their troops in battle? Were all the soldiers who entered these ranks volunteers, or were they conscripted? And how did SS propaganda influence the soldiers and the German population at large? Our first fact revolves around the deterrent power that certain Waffen SS divisions began to exhibit starting in the summer of 1943. By this time, the elite SS Panzer divisions had begun to take a more prominent role in German military operations, particularly on the Eastern Front and in Western Europe. Their growing importance on the battlefield did not go unnoticed by the Allies. The SS Panzer divisions, such as Leibstandarte, SS Adolf Hitler, and Das Reich, were heavily involved in key operations, and as such, the Allies began to focus their intelligence efforts on tracking these elite units. The presence of an SS Panzer division in any sector often signalled a major German offensive. The mere sighting of one of these divisions would raise alarms and prompt immediate countermeasures by the Allies. Their movement became a barometer for predicting German military strategies. However, the Germans were aware of this and used it to their advantage. By the autumn of 1944, the German High Command, under Heinrich Himmler's direction, began deliberately feeding false information to Allied intelligence regarding the movements of SS Panzer divisions. These deceptive reports often led the Allies to anticipate attacks where none were planned, while real offensives took place elsewhere. This clever use of misinformation, while not always successful, was a hallmark of the Germans' strategic deception efforts during the latter stages of the war. The second fact delves into the negative effects that Waffen SS propaganda had on the German population. The Waffen SS divisions, despite being numerically smaller than many Wehrmacht units, were given disproportionate attention in Nazi propaganda. Their battles were frequently highlighted in newsreels, and their bravery and sacrifice were glorified. This overexposure, however, had unintended consequences. While these propaganda efforts sought to portray the SS divisions as heroic defenders of the Reich, they also conveyed the brutal reality of their combat experiences. The high casualties suffered by SS units, combined with the emphasis on their participation in fierce, no-holds-barred engagements, led many young Germans to reconsider enlisting. For many, joining the Waffen SS seemed like a death sentence. Although enlistment in the Waffen SS remained voluntary for most of the war, the grim picture painted by newsreels and reports gradually decreased the allure of joining such units. To counter this, the Nazi regime eventually scaled back its coverage of SS losses, presenting a more sanitized version of events in the hopes of maintaining enlistment numbers. Our third point addresses a common misconception. Did Waffen SS divisions have priority when it came to receiving new equipment and weapons? Many have assumed that because of their elite status, SS units were automatically given the best and most advanced weaponry. However, this was not always the case. During interrogations conducted in the summer of 1945, famed German General Heinz Guderian clarified that the Waffen SS did not have a blanket priority for receiving weapons. Instead, priority was given to units, whether SS or Wehrmacht, that were set to participate in upcoming offensives or critical defensive actions. The Waffen SS divisions were often involved in these operations, which explains why they were frequently re-equipped before battle. Moreover, Himmler's considerable influence within the Nazi hierarchy did often result in Waffen SS units receiving more favourable treatment, especially when compared to regular army units. Himmler viewed the SS as the most loyal and ideologically pure force in Germany's arsenal, and as such he ensured that iconic divisions like the Leibstandarte, SS Adolf Hitler and the Totenkopf division were well supplied and well equipped. The fourth fact brings us to a troubling aspect of SS leadership. As explained by the French historian Jean-Luc Leleu, many Waffen SS commanders advanced more through political connections than through battlefield merit. This resulted in a number of tactical and strategic blunders, some of which cost the SS dearly in terms of both men and material. This practice of promoting politically connected commanders was a source of friction between the Waffen SS and the Wehrmacht. Renowned generals like Erich von Manstein openly criticized the Waffen SS for its lack of competent leadership, arguing that its divisions suffered from poor tactical decision-making as a result. This tension between the SS and the regular German army was a persistent issue throughout the war. Fact number 5 examines the SS's practice of holding part of their troops in reserve, often against the direct orders of German high command. The SS leadership, particularly in the latter stages of the war, sought to preserve a portion of their forces in the event that their divisions needed to be rebuilt after suffering heavy casualties. This was a controversial decision, as it sometimes meant that the full strength of an SS division was not brought to bear during critical operations. One of the most infamous examples of this practice occurred during the Battle of Normandy, when SS units began withdrawing from the front lines well before the collapse of the German front. This allowed many SS divisions to escape encirclement, albeit at the cost of leaving other German units to face annihilation. A similar situation occurred during the Lake Balaton offensive in early 1945, when Sepp Dietrich, one of the most famous Waffen SS commanders, was accused of deliberately holding back part of his forces in reserve. While this may have saved some of his troops from complete destruction, it also contributed to the failure of the operation. Finally, we come to the sixth and final fact. In February 1945, as the Third Reich faced impending collapse, Heinrich Himmler instituted a new regulation that required 20% of new recruits to be allocated directly to the Waffen SS. This was a significant departure from the SS's early years, when it was composed entirely of volunteers who were ideologically committed to the Nazi cause. By 1945, the Waffen SS had lost much of its volunteer spirit, and many of its new recruits were young conscripts who had little choice but to join. Of the 450,000 17-year-olds deemed fit for combat in 1945, nearly 95,000 were sent directly to the Waffen SS. This shift marked a departure from the SS's original ethos, further blurring the line between the elite, volunteer-based force it had once been and the conscripted divisions that now filled its ranks.
Sie uns einen MG-42-Trupp. Sagen Sie dem Kommandostab, wir greifen an. Die sollen Verstärkung schicken. Panzerkommando und Bunker 6. Geben Sie Fliegeralarm. Der Feind fliegt Luftangriffe. Ist da jemand? Hallo? Ende.
In the shadows of history, amidst the chaos of World War II, a force emerged that would become synonymous with both terror and tactical brilliance. Welcome back to another episode of Elite Secrets, where we uncover the enigmatic world of the Waffen SS. In our exploration of the most secretive aspects of warfare, we turn our gaze to the armoured divisions of the Waffen SS. These were not just soldiers, they were the vanguard of Hitler's ambition, wielding steel and fire to reshape the course of history. But behind the formidable facade of their panzers and tigers lay a labyrinth of clandestine operations. From the blistering sands of Normandy to the snow-covered fields of the Eastern Front, they fought with a tenacity that defied all odds. So, join us as we peel back the layers of myth and legend to reveal the true essence of the warfare of the Waffen SS. Beyond the clashes of steel and fire, it's a testament to the complexities of human nature amidst the chaos of the world's deadliest conflict, World War II. In July 1943, the SS Panzer Corps led the German citadel offensive at Kursk with their Panzer IV Model F2 G and H tanks. The objective was to encircle around 1 million Soviet troops, thus regaining strategic momentum in the Eastern Front. As preparations intensified in June 1943, the SS Panzer Corps received substantial reinforcements of Panzer IV Model H tanks. At the onset of the offensive on July 4th, the three SS divisions amassed a formidable force of 422 tanks and assault guns, with 170 of them being Panzer IV tanks. These Panzer IVs formed the outer perimeter of the renowned Panzerkeil, or armoured wedge, around which SS Tiger tanks were concentrated. A significant number of these Waffen SS Panzer IV tanks participated in the pivotal moment of the Kursk offensive, the intense clash of armour at Prokhorovka on July 12, 1943. This engagement, regarded as the largest tank battle of the war, witnessed 800 plus Soviet tanks confronting 650 German panzers. For 8 hours, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with tanks engaging each other amidst thick clouds of dust at close ranges, often under 50 meters. Lieutenant Rudolf von Ribbentrop, the son of the German foreign minister, found himself thrust into the heart of the action when the Soviet attack commenced around 10 AM in Prokhorovka. Leading a unit of 7 panzers, he sought to bolster German soldiers besieged by Soviet armoured forces. Yet, they soon confronted overwhelming odds, encircled by a staggering force of approximately 650 to 700 Soviet tanks, predominantly T-34s from the 5th Guards Armoured Army. The Soviets had meticulously orchestrated a major offensive set for July 12th, aiming to obliterate the German vanguard and stem their advance. In the crucible of combat, von Ribbentrop's unit displayed massive resolve, engaging in a desperate struggle that echoed with the thunder of artillery and the roar of engines. Despite facing overwhelming odds, their steadfastness proved formidable. With each salvo, they exacted a toll upon the advancing Soviet forces, trading blow for blow in a deadly dance of metal and fire. Yet, amidst the chaos and carnage, the toll of battle was unmistakable. Men fell and machines crumbled. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, von Ribbentrop's dwindling band of fellow tankers refused to yield. Surrounded on all sides by the huge tide of Soviet armour, their determination remained unbroken. With only 2 panzers left standing, they faced a moment of reckoning. But in the heart of adversity, von Ribbentrop's leadership shone brightest. With precision born of desperation, he orchestrated a daring breakout maneuver, seizing upon a narrow window of opportunity amidst the chaos of battle. As the 2 remaining panzers surged forward, German anti-tank crews provided crucial support from the far side of an anti-tank ditch, their guns thundering in unison to cover the escape. The intense fighting inflicted heavy losses on both sides, with the Germans losing approximately 100 tanks and the Soviets around 400. Von Ribbentrop's valorous actions earned him the Knight's Cross as he bravely held the line against overwhelming numbers of T-34 tanks. Interestingly, the Waffen SS didn't operate any Panthers during the battles of Kursk. However, they did deploy many Tiger tanks. Units like Das Reich and Leibstandarte were notably involved in combat with Tiger tanks during the engagement. During the heavy fighting of Prokhorovka, the Tigers of SS Captain Heinrich Kling's 13th Heavy Panzer Company ploughed through hedgerows and thickets with formidable force. Suddenly, a wave of 60-plus Soviet tanks emerged from a nearby wood and all hell broke loose. The renowned Second Lieutenant Michael Wittmann was present here. His Tiger jolted from the recoil as his 88mm gun swiftly neutralized the first T-34 in its path. Despite the German firepower, the Soviet tanks pressed forward, firing on the move and rapidly narrowing the distance between them. In the fierce exchange, 4 Tigers sustained hits and were temporarily incapacitated, highlighting the intensity and peril of the unfolding battle. Despite enduring 2 hits, Wittmann's Tiger stood its ground without flinching, though his radio operator sustained a wound in the upper arm. With unwavering focus, Wittmann swiftly directed his crew, calling out, "3 o'clock, 300, as a T-34 emerged from the bushes. As the Soviet tank turned its 76.2mm gun towards Wittmann's Tiger, his gunner, Balthasar Woll, reacted with lightning speed. In a flash, the 88mm gun roared to life, and with precision, it obliterated the turret of the approaching T-34, decisively neutralizing the threat. Wittmann's fighting on the battlefield during the intense conflict was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Amidst the ferocity of battle, he emerged as a singular force to be reckoned with. With precision and audacity, Wittmann systematically dismantled enemy defenses, leaving devastation in his wake. His skill and tactical acumen enabled him to neutralize 30-plus enemy tanks, dismantle 28-plus armored guns with precision strikes, and silence 2 batteries of artillery, effectively reshaping the course of the battle. Wittmann's extraordinary courage and decisive actions not only earned him admiration among his comrades, but also instilled fear in the hearts of his adversaries. His legacy as a legendary tank commander continues to inspire reverence and admiration to this day. The beastly Tigers played a big role in the German Kursk offensive of July 4, 1943. The 1st SS Panzer Corps, comprising 3 elite SS divisions, boasted a formidable arsenal of 422 tanks, including 41 Tigers. Once again, these armoured behemoths showcased their devastating combat prowess on the battlefield. One notable example is SS Unterscharführer Hans Mennel's Tiger tank, serving as a troop commander in the 6th Company of SS Panzer Regiment Das Reich. In just 6 days, Mennel's Tiger annihilated an astounding 24-plus Soviet tanks, underscoring the unmatched firepower and effectiveness of the Tiger. Similarly, on July 7th, a massive Soviet armoured counterattack targeted the German advance from the southern shoulder of the Kursk salient at Psyolkny. In this desperate engagement, the lone Tiger tank of SS Oberscharführer Franz Staudinger, belonging to the Leibstandarte's 13th Panzer Company, faced off against a formidable Soviet force comprising 50 T-34 tanks. Despite being outnumbered and surrounded, Staudinger valiantly engaged the enemy, exhausting his entire ammunition supply in a desperate bid to halt the Soviet onslaught. By the time the Soviet armour retreated, Staudinger's Tiger had single-handedly destroyed an impressive 22-plus Soviet tanks, a remarkable feat that earned him the prestigious Knight's Cross for his exceptional bravery and valour in the face of overwhelming odds. Following the Battle of Kursk, the Leibstandarte shifted its focus to combat operations in Italy, while the Das Reich and Totenkopf divisions continued to be heavily involved on the Eastern Front. Throughout 1943, the Tiger companies within these divisions demonstrated massive determination and resilience in the face of formidable challenges. In early 1944, the German High Command made the decision to withdraw these 3 Tiger companies from their respective divisions and relocate them to training grounds in Germany. Here, they served as the nucleus for the formation of the new 101st to 103rd SS heavy tank battalions. During the spring of 1944, these newly formed SS heavy tank battalions played crucial roles in the frantic defensive battles along the Eastern Front against numerically superior Soviet forces. Notably, the 102nd SS Heavy Tank Battalion, operating under the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, played a vital role in halting the Soviet advance around Tarnopol in April 1944. However, as the year progressed, the battlefield dynamics began to shift with the introduction of new Soviet heavy tanks such as the Joseph Stalin II. These formidable adversaries posed a significant threat to the battlefield dominance of the Tiger I. In May 1944, during the first major engagement between Tigers and Soviet JS-2 tanks at Targul Frumos, Romania, the limitations of the Tiger I became apparent. At ranges exceeding 1,800 meters, the German tank struggled to penetrate the thick armor of the JS-2. Moreover, several Tigers fell victim to the devastating firepower of the Soviet tank's powerful 12.2 centimeter gun. In addition to their formidable presence on the Eastern Front, Waffen SS Tiger I units also played a significant role in the defense of the Western Front during the summer of 1944. Despite the Allied perception that the Waffen SS deployed hundreds of Tiger tanks in Normandy, the reality was that only 90 SS Tigers participated in the campaign, primarily belonging to the 101st SS and 102nd SS Heavy Tank Battalions. The impact of these Waffen SS Tigers on the Allied forces underscored the effective defensive reputation of the vehicle, particularly in a static role where mechanical unreliability posed less of a challenge. The skill and determination of SS Tiger crews instilled a sense of Tiger-phobia within the Allied ranks, leading to a reluctance to engage SS Tigers directly. In one notable instance, a lone Tiger tank held Allied positions at bay for hours as no Allied tanks dared to challenge it. In an effort to counteract this Tiger phobia, General Montgomery took the drastic step of banning British combat reports that highlighted the prowess of SS Tigers, citing concerns about morale. Nevertheless, the British developed a rule of thumb suggesting that it took 5 Shermans to take out a Tiger, with only one likely to return from the engagement. One of the most remarkable feats achieved by Waffen SS Tiger units in Normandy involved SS Obersturmführer Michael Wittmann, widely regarded as the greatest Tiger ace of World War II. Heavy Tank Battalion delivered a devastating blow to a British armoured brigade, inflicting significant casualties and effectively repulsing the entire enemy advance. On June 11, 1944, the 101st Battalion arrived at the Normandy front line, having redeployed from Belgium. 2 days later, on June 13, 1944, Michael Wittmann's command Tiger tank was conducting reconnaissance near a small copse close to Hill 213 when it spotted British tanks of the 4th County of London Yeomanry Regiment advancing through the hazy daylight approximately 1 mile to the northeast of Villers-Bocage. The British 22nd Armoured Brigade, having recently captured Villers-Bocage, was now advancing along the main road toward Hill 213. Concealed in the wood, Wittmann was astonished by the casualness that characterised the British advance, observing as the tanks paused for a tea break. SS Oberscharführer Voll, the gun layer of Wittmann's tank, expressed contempt for the British's demeanour. Wittmann, determined to prove them wrong, ordered his group of 5 Tiger tanks into action. The SS tanks manoeuvred westward down the hill, bypassing the British armoured spearhead, and entered the eastern part of Villers-Bocage just as vehicles from the HQ Squadron 22nd Armoured Brigade advanced through the town. Catching the British by surprise, Wittmann's tank swiftly destroyed 3 Churchill tanks. Another Churchill tank attempted to engage the German vehicles but quickly withdrew from the uneven firefight to take cover in a nearby garden. Wittmann's Tiger then turned around and ascended the hill to engage the British armoured spearhead from the rear, spotting and destroying the Churchill tank that had sought refuge in the garden. 3 of the 4-man British crew managed to escape on foot, but Wittmann's crew machine-gunned them in the back, killing one of them. Emerging from the wood, Wittmann's Tiger took the rear of the British spearhead by surprise, repeatedly firing into the confused column. Within minutes, his tank had left 13 British vehicles ablaze on the road, reinforced by the other 4 Tigers under Wittmann's command, and, with fire support from 8 additional Tigers, the German armour decimated the British spearhead. In less than 15 minutes, this fierce engagement had resulted in the destruction of 29 British armoured vehicles, underscoring the devastating effectiveness of Wittmann's tactics and the formidable firepower of the Tiger tanks. This engagement became one of the most iconic episodes of armoured warfare in the entire Normandy campaign, solidifying Wittmann's reputation as one of the most skilled and daring tank commanders of World War II.
Schicken Sie uns ein MG-42-Trupp. Sagen Sie dem Kommandostab, wir greifen an. Sie sollen Verstärkung schicken. Aufteilen! Feldwebel, übernehmen Sie mit 3 Männern die Flanke. Ich gebe Ihnen Feuerschutz. Überprüfen Sie die Waffen. Wir wollen diesmal keine Ladehemmungen.
Christian Tykson, his journey with the SS began in December 1931, marking the initiation of a remarkable military career. Renowned for his bravery in battle, Tykson emerged as one of the most esteemed combat leaders within the Das Reich division. Established as one of the most brutal units within the Waffen SS, Das Reich earned a fearsome combat reputation, participating in nearly every major engagement of World War II. The division's prowess was accentuated by its stellar performance under the command of some of the most skilled and dynamic leaders of the German armed forces. During the Kharkov campaign in early 1943, SS Panzergrenadier Division Das Reich's Panzers played a major role, showcasing their tactical acumen and combat effectiveness on the battlefield. Tykson's leadership and fearlessness undoubtedly contributed to the division's success, solidifying his legacy as a revered figure within the annals of military history. On February 11, 1943, Christian Tykson orchestrated a strategic counterattack, marshalling a force comprising his Abteilung 16 Panzers at the time, along with a battalion from the 213th Sicherungsdivision. The objective to reclaim the village of Privolje, situated to the east of Kharkov. In this intense battle, Tykson deployed his infantry cautiously, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy until the opportune moment presented itself. With meticulous planning, he unleashed his panzers upon the pursuing enemy forces, delivering a devastating blow that sent them fleeing from the battlefield. In a relentless pursuit, Tykson pursued the retreating enemy, leaving no chance for escape and ensuring their complete annihilation. Throughout the engagement, Tykson remained at the forefront, commanding from his panzer with unparalleled resolve. Despite facing fierce resistance, his leadership inspired his troops to push forward. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Tykson's command panzer fell victim to the onslaught of 3 anti-tank gun hits, yet he continued to drive the momentum of the counterattack. Assigned a very important mission, Tykson and his Abteilung confronted the massive challenge of securing the division's advance through the labyrinthine streets of Kharkov. With the division aiming to exit the city southwestward, they encountered entrenched enemy forces blocking their path along the northwestern edge of Kharkov. It was a critical situation, with the enemy already infiltrating the southeastern part of the city, threatening to encircle the division. Surveying the situation, Tykson discerned the urgent need to confront the enemy's advance head-on, even amidst the urban sprawl. Despite the inherent risks and the absence of accompanying infantry support, he made the daring choice to lead his Abteilung into the heart of the city's western sector. His rationale was clear. Only by engaging the enemy directly could they stem the tide of opposition and prevent the encirclement of the division, which remained positioned to the east of Kharkov. With steely resolve, Teichson and his Abteilung plunged into the chaotic theatre of urban warfare. They methodically eliminated anti-tank gun emplacements and swiftly dismantled enemy strongholds encountered along the way. Each intersection, each street corner became a battleground as they pressed forward in their determination to disrupt the enemy's advance and secure the division's retreat route. Throughout the long day, Teichson's leadership shone brightly as he orchestrated a series of lightning strikes against enemy positions, effectively sealing off areas of the city under enemy control. Their actions not only contained the enemy's momentum, but also provided crucial cover for the division's withdrawal. Amidst the chaos and danger of urban combat, Teichson's tactical acumen emerged as guiding beacons, guiding his men through the perilous streets of Kharkov and ensuring the division's safe passage to regroup for future battles. Field Marshal von Manstein deployed the formidable 1st SS Panzer Corps, brimming with Panzer III Model J and L tanks, to the brutal theatre of combat surrounding Kharkov. Through the bitter months of February and March 1943, amidst harsh conditions of ice and snow, this SS Corps became the vanguard of Manstein's strategic counterattack. Executed with precision and audacity, this maneuver caught the extended Soviet spearheads off guard, enabling the SS forces to swiftly recapture Kharkov and push the Red Army back across the River Donets. As the battles raged on, the arrival of the 1st Panzer III Model M tanks bolstered the firepower of the 1st SS Panzer Corps. These new additions proved crucial, especially in replacing the outdated Panzer II tanks within the 5th Panzer Company of the 1st SS Panzer Regiment. Despite these advancements and the initial triumphs, the battles around Kharkov exacted a heavy toll on 1st SS Panzer Corps. By March 4, 1943, the once potent Das Reich division found itself with only 11 operational Panzer III tanks remaining, having suffered the loss of all its Panzer VI tanks in the intense engagements. Throughout 1944, the Panzer IV continued to play a major role in the defensive battles unfolding on the Western Front. As tensions mounted in anticipation of the impending Allied invasion of Nazi-occupied France, both the Leibstandarte and the newly formed 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitler Jugend, braced themselves for the inevitable onslaught. When the Allies launched their assault on Normandy on June 6, 1944, the Hitler Jugend proudly boasted a battalion comprising 98 Panzer IV Model H and J tanks, ready to defend against the Allied incursion. Despite facing mounting pressure from Allied forces, the Panzer IV proved its worth in defensive operations throughout Normandy. A particularly notable engagement occurred on June 7, 1944, when the 2nd Battalion, 12th SS Panzer Regiment launched a fierce counterattack against advancing Canadian forces near Karpike. With 50 Panzer IV tanks, they targeted the exposed flank of the Canadians, swiftly driving them out of Buren and Orthy while inflicting heavy casualties. Despite sustaining losses of their own, including 17 disabled or damaged Panzer IV tanks, the Waffen SS troopers claimed victory with 28 destroyed Canadian tanks. However, the triumph was tainted by the ruthless execution of unarmed Canadian prisoners, showcasing the brutal nature of the conflict. Just 4 days later, on June 11th, the Panzer IV tanks of the Hitlerjugend division achieved another significant victory. The 8th Company, 12th SS Panzer Regiment, led by SS Obersturmführer Hans Siegel, launched a swift counterattack against advancing Canadian forces. Despite losing only 2 Panzer IV tanks, the SS Panzers decimated the Canadian Armoured Squadron, destroying 37 Shermans and throwing the Canadians into disarray. Among the distinguished tank commanders of the Hitlerjugend division was SS Untersturmführer Willi Kretschmar, commanding a Panzer IV tank of the 5th Company, 12th SS Panzer Regiment. Kretschmar's prowess in battle was evident as he accounted for 15 Allied tanks during the intense defensive battles in Normandy, particularly around the strategically vital hill 112 southwest of Caen. Despite the valiant efforts of the Hitlerjugend division and their Panzer IV tanks, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming Allied offensive power. As the German front collapsed in August 1944, particularly during the chaotic retreat from the Falaise pocket, the Hitlerjugend division suffered significant losses, including the majority of its remaining tanks. By September 4th, the division could only muster 5 operational Panzer IV tanks, underscoring the immense challenges faced by the German forces on the Western Front. By August 8, 1944, SS Panzer Brigade Gross had amalgamated various SS training units in the region, mustering 2,500 troops and a disparate assortment of 23 aging Panzer III and IV tanks, supplemented by 7 Tiger I tanks. Tasked with facing an entire Soviet mechanized cavalry corps south of Libau, Latvia, the brigade aimed to halt the widening gap between the German Army Group Centre and Axis forces in Estonia. On August 20th, the brigade, now bolstered by 5 additional Panzer IV training tanks, engaged in a counterattack that successfully reopened a precarious land link with the isolated German Army Group North, decimating 48 Soviet tanks in the process. Remaining active in the Baltic states until November 1944, the brigade eventually disbanded, providing crucial reinforcements for SS Panzer divisions Leibstandarte, Das Reich, Hohenstaufen and Hitlerjugend during their counter-offensive. Even as the war drew to a close, the Panzer IV maintained its significance in Waffen SS defensive strategies. During the ill-fated German Spring Awakening offensive in Hungary from February to March 1945, the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend lost 32 of its remaining 38 Panzer IV tanks. The 6 surviving tanks retreated westward through Austria in April 1945, eventually surrendering to American forces near Amstetten. Similarly, the last Panzer IV Model J tanks of the 11th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Nordland met their demise during the futile counterattack led by SS Army Detachment Steiner under the command of SS Obergruppenführer Felix Steiner in a bid to relieve besieged Berlin in late April 1945. Equipped with the Panzer IV, Waffen SS tank battalions continued to demonstrate resilience until the closing days of the war. During the latter part of July 1943, following the set pension systems. In late July and August 1943, SS Panzer divisions such as Leibstandarte, Totenkopf and Viking each received a company of these modified Model D tanks. Additionally, the 1st Battalion of the SS Panzer Regiment Das Reich, stationed at training grounds in Germany, was equipped with 49 improved Model D Panthers to outfit 2 tank companies and the regimental staff company. When this battalion rejoined Das Reich Division on the Eastern Front in late August, the performance of these upgraded Panthers was immediately evident, as they swiftly proved their superiority by destroying 53 Soviet tanks on their first day of combat. Responding to the setbacks experienced with the Panther Model D, the High Command introduced the improved Panther Model A into service in August 1943. This upgraded version boasted a ball-mounted hull machine gun, further refined gearbox and transmission systems, reinforced road wheels, and additional coolant tubes to mitigate the risk of engine fires. Between August 1943 and June 1944, German factories produced a total of 1,706 Panther Model A tanks at an average rate of 161 vehicles per month. By the autumn of 1943, with the influx of Model A Panthers into German service, Hitler directed that each Waffen SS Panzer division receive an entire battalion of Panther tanks over the next year to replace their existing Panzer III equipped battalions. This directive extended not only to the 4 existing Waffen SS Panzer divisions, 1st Leibstandarte, 2nd Das Reich, 3rd Totenkopf and 5th Wiking, but also to the forming 12th Hitler Jugend Division, as well as the 9th and 10th Panzergrenadier Divisions Hohenstaufen and Frundsberg, slated for conversion to full Panzer divisions. A Waffen SS Panther battalion theoretically comprised 76 Panther V tanks, 4 companies with 17 tanks each, and a headquarters company with an additional 8 Panthers, including 3 command variants. Additionally, the Panzer Regiment Staff Company had 3 more command Panthers, bringing the divisional total to 79 Panthers, including 6 command tanks. During the early stages of the re-equipment process, the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich stood out as one of the first Waffen SS divisions to receive an entire battalion of Panther tanks. However, by December 1943, this division had suffered significant losses, with all 49 of its original Panthers being lost during prolonged defensive operations around Zhytomyr in Ukraine. In response, the High Command made the decision to withdraw the remnants of the division and fully re-equip its 1st Panzer Battalion with Panther tanks. As this refurbishment was underway, the division was redeployed to France, and by the time it advanced to counter the Allied Normandy landings in June 1944, it fielded 62 Panzer V tanks, predominantly consisting of Model A vehicles. Meanwhile, during the winter of 1943-44, the demand for Panthers on the front line left few available for the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen, which was still in the process of forming. By March 1944, the division had received only a small number of Model A Panthers. Consequently, when the High Command ordered the Hohenstaufen to the Eastern Front to counter the Soviet advance at Tarnopol in April 1944, the division had to leave its Panther battalion behind at the Meilly-le-Camp training park near Paris, awaiting the rest of its tanks. It was not until mid-June 1944, after the Hohenstaufen had returned to the Western Front to confront the Allied D-Day landings, that the Panther Battalion finally rejoined its parent formation. However, even at this point, the unit had only received 37 Panther Model A and G tanks, representing less than half of its authorized strength. In late 1943, the 11th SS Volunteer Panzergrenadier Division Nordland underwent a significant change in its equipment, receiving Panther tanks instead of the usual Stu G3 assault guns. This shift marked a departure from the division's typical armament. By early 1944, the Nordland found itself under the command of SS Gruppenführer Lieutenant General Felix Steiner's 3rd Germanic SS Panzer Corps, stationed in the northern sector of the Eastern Front along the Gulf of Finland at Narva. The front line in the north had remained relatively stable since December 1941, with minor adjustments despite the Soviet breakthrough of the German encirclement of Leningrad in 1943. However, in early February 1944, the Soviets launched an offensive against the Norland's defensive positions along the frozen Narva River. Establishing a bridgehead south of the Norland's positions, the Soviets began advancing northward, threatening to overwhelm the SS defences. In response to the Soviet advance, the divisional commander deployed his reserve Panther Model A tanks from the 11th SS Panzer Battalion Hermann von Salza, named after the Grand Master of the medieval Teutonic Knights, to halt the enemy's progress. Through the courageous efforts of these Panther tanks, the Nordland managed to check the Soviet advance, preventing a breakthrough. Similarly, in late March, when a Soviet armoured column breached the German defences and reached the main bridge over the Narva at Ivangorod, the Nordland again utilised its Panthers, this time from the 1st Panzer Company, in frantic counterattacks against the superior Soviet forces. SS Oberscharführer Philipp Weil's exemplary courage during these counterattacks earned him the prestigious Knight's Cross. Despite facing overwhelming odds, the 3rd SS Panzer Corps, including the Nordland Division, mounted an epic defence at Narva for 6 months. However, in July 1944, a massive Soviet onslaught finally compelled the Waffen SS to withdraw from the area, marking the end of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend stands as another significant recipient of the Panther Model G tank within the SS formations. Established during 1943-44, the Hitlerjugend marked the final addition to the Waffen SS armoured divisions during World War II. Comprising primarily of youthful members from the Hitler Youth aged 17 and 18, these soldiers earned the moniker Candy Soldiers due to their tender age. Accompanying them were seasoned non-commissioned officers drawn from the Leibstandarte division, forming a blend of youthful enthusiasm and veteran experience. Within the division structure, the 12th SS Panzer Regiment adhered to the standard layout, featuring one battalion equipped with Panthers and another with Panzer IVs. By the time of D-Day on June 6, 1944, the Hitlerjugend boasted a formidable arsenal of 81 Panthers, predominantly the Model G variant. However, despite this significant firepower, the division endured severe losses during the grueling defensive battles in Normandy, nearly facing annihilation. In the crucible of Normandy, the Hitlerjugend's inexperienced yet fiercely ideologically driven troops displayed both fervent dedication and brutality. Notable instances include a group of 60 soldiers who defended the ruins of Falaise for 3 days against overwhelming Allied forces, showcasing the division's unwavering resolve in the face of adversity. These young soldiers, driven by their fervent belief in the Nazi cause, fought with a relentless zeal that often led to acts of cruelty, highlighting the complex and morally ambiguous nature of warfare. Despite their youthful exuberance, the Hitlerjugend's combat effectiveness was hampered by their lack of experience in combat, contributing to the division's heavy casualties in the Normandy campaign. In the desperate defensive battles of Normandy, the Panther tanks deployed by the Hitlerjugend demonstrated their formidable capabilities to a remarkable extent. Positioned strategically in ambush within wooded areas, these tanks mitigated the mechanical issues that often plagued them during offensive operations. It was during this phase of defensive warfare that the Panther tanks played a massive role in one of the Hitlerjugend's most remarkable feats of the entire Normandy campaign: the thwarting of the Canadian Operation Totalize on August 8, 1944. Following initial Allied advances on the first day of the operation, General Simons, the Corps commander, directed Worthington Force, an all-arms battle group centred around the Canadian 28th Armoured Regiment, to seize the strategically vital Hill 195. However, as Worthington Force moved forward during the night towards its objective, it became disoriented and strayed far off course. By dawn, the force found itself 4 miles northeast of its intended target, well beyond effective artillery support. Before the Canadian command realised the misdirection of Worthington Force, the Germans reacted swiftly and decisively. Spearheaded by 12 Panther and 9 Tiger I tanks, 2 all-arms armoured units from the Hitlerjugend, SS battle groups Wünsche and Krauss, launched a coordinated counter-attack on Worthington Force from 3 sides. In a devastating onslaught that lasted less than 2 hours, the SS forces annihilated the isolated Canadian unit, leaving behind a scene of carnage with dozens of casualties and 28 burning tanks marking the positions once occupied by Worthington Force. This resounding success underscored the combat prowess and effectiveness of the Panther tanks under the command of the Hitlerjugend Division, contributing significantly to the defence against Allied offensives in Normandy. The Panther's performance in these engagements highlighted its adaptability to defensive warfare and its capacity to inflict heavy losses on enemy forces even under adverse conditions. Ernst Bachmann's insane actions on the battlefield underscored not only his individual prowess, but also the remarkable capabilities of the Panther tank he commanded. Beginning on July 8, 1944 near St. Lo, he commenced his remarkable feat of destroying enemy Sherman tanks. With precision and skill, Bachmann eliminated his first Sherman, setting the stage for his subsequent displays of tank warfare mastery during this day. The following morning, Bachmann continued his relentless assault on American armour, swiftly destroying 2 more Shermans and incapacitating a third. Despite facing formidable opposition, he persisted, adding 3 additional Sherman kills to his tally that afternoon. However, the massive barrage from Allied anti-tank fire took its toll, forcing Bachmann to relinquish his damaged Panther for repairs at the division's field workshops. Undeterred by the setback, Bachmann quickly acquired another Panther, epitomising the resolve and determination of German tank commanders. He promptly rejoined the fray, resuming his gritty defence against the advancing American forces. Throughout the following days, Bachmann's Panther became a destructive obstacle to the American offensive. As the Americans launched Operation Cobra on July 26, Bachmann found himself once again confronting the enemy onslaught. Despite facing mechanical issues with his tank during a heated engagement, he demonstrated remarkable resilience, skillfully navigating his damaged Panther back to German lines for repairs. Undeterred by the mechanical setbacks, Bachmann returned to the battlefield the next day yet again, facing the daunting task of confronting the enemy alone after being cut off from his company. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, engaging an entire American column single-handedly. In a display of unparalleled fighting and skill, Bachmann destroyed 9 Allied tanks, despite sustaining significant damage to his own Panther. Despite being hit 5 times and enduring damage to his tank's track and hatch, Bachmann refused to yield, demonstrating extraordinary resolve as he manoeuvred his damaged Panther in reverse to safety. His actions exemplified the determination of German tank crews facing the massive Allied assault. Through frantic repairs, Bachmann's Panther was once again operational for defensive combat the following day, where the SS Panzer Ace added 6 more enemy kills to his tally. Despite sustaining injuries by July 29th, Bachmann found himself isolated from the German front line yet again. Despite the odds, his tank fought its way out of another encirclement, but Bachmann eventually had to evacuate his burning vehicle before reaching safety. Alongside his crew, he navigated their escape on foot back to German lines, a feat that earned him the esteemed Knight's Cross from the German High Command. However, even notable victories like Bachmann's were insufficient to halt the gradual erosion of the German front in Normandy. By late July 1944, Allied numerical superiority had significantly weakened both German defences and their logistical capabilities. The swift progress of the American Cobra breakout was largely due to the collapse of German logistics, elucidating why even formidable divisions like Das Reich struggled to impede the American advance. By the second day of Cobra, Das Reich was compelled to abandon 2 entire companies of Panther tanks due to fuel shortages. This success precipitated the overall collapse of the German position in Normandy by mid-August 1944. After the Allies shattered German resistance in Normandy, their rapid advance pushed into Belgium, bringing them dangerously close to the borders of the Reich itself. In the wake of this devastating setback, Hitler shocked his senior generals with a bold decision to launch a counter-offensive against the perceived weakest point in the Allied front, the rugged terrain of the Ardennes. In the lead-up to the December 1944 German Ardennes counter-offensive, known as the Battle of the Bulge, the German High Command scrambled to rebuild the severely depleted SS Panzer divisions earmarked to spearhead the assault. Despite concerted efforts, however, the 4 SS divisions tasked with leading the attack, Leibstandarte, Das Reich, Hohenstaufen and Hitlerjugend, remained significantly under strength. Each division possessed only a single armoured battalion, typically equipped with a mix of approximately 90 Panzer V and Panther tanks. For example, Das Reich division mustered 58 Panther tanks, while Hohenstaufen fielded a mere 35. Such shortages were so acute that the battered 10th SS Panzer Division Frundsberg could only muster 10 Panthers and was deemed unfit for participation in the offensive. As the Ardennes offensive unfolded, the Waffen SS employed a cunning improvisation involving the Panther tanks. 13 specially modified Panthers were assigned to the 150th Panzer Brigade under the command of SS Standartenführer Otto Skorzeny, a renowned expert in special operations and a favourite of Hitler. These Panthers underwent extensive alterations to resemble American M10 tank destroyers, with additional metal sheets welded onto their turrets and hulls and painted in Allied winter camouflage schemes. The 150th Brigade's mission was to sow confusion and chaos behind American lines, aiming to facilitate a rapid German advance beyond the River Meuse. Initially, the brigade achieved some degree of tactical surprise, but once the Allies uncovered the ruse, the deception proved ineffective. Despite their efforts, the brigade lost all of its modified Panthers and failed to significantly bolster the German advance towards the River Meuse. Following the Ardennes counter-offensive's failure, the Waffen SS units of the 6th SS Panzer Army found themselves thrust back into action without respite. Despite their exhaustion, Hitler's orders were clear. They were to redeploy to Hungary and participate in the Spring Awakening offensive, starting on February 10, 1945. The Hitlerjugend division, for example, saw a slight reinforcement with the arrival of 16 new Panther Model G tanks, bringing its total to 44 Panzer V tanks. However, the respite was short-lived. After enduring 4 weeks of brutal combat against the overwhelming Soviet forces in Hungary, the division's losses were staggering. Out of the 35 Panthers deployed, only 9 remained operational. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, the Panther V remained the backbone of Waffen SS panzer units until the bitter end of the war. As the conflict drew to its conclusion, small groups of SS Panthers, including those from the 11th SS Volunteer Panzergrenadier Division Nordland, found themselves engaged in the desperate last stand in Berlin during April 1945. In one of the war's final Panther actions, the division's last 2 tanks took on a critical role. They led the charge as the remnants of the encircled Berlin garrison attempted a daring breakout from Soviet captivity on May 2, 1945. Though both Panthers met their demise in the ensuing chaos, their sacrifice was not in vain. By creating a small breach in the Soviet encirclement, they enabled several hundred troops of the garrison to fight their way out to the west, where they surrendered to the advancing American forces. The Panzer IV Model B King Tiger stands as the last operational tank utilised by the Waffen SS during World War II. This heavy tank represented a logical progression from the Tiger I, incorporating the well-sloped armour design of the Panther. An exceptionally rare vehicle, the King Tiger posed a formidable threat on the battlefield, boasting a lethal combination of firepower and near invulnerability to enemy attacks. Weighing in at a massive 69.4 tons, the King Tiger was armed with the fearsome 8.8 cm, a long-barreled gun capable of striking targets with deadly precision. It carried 84 rounds of ammunition for this main gun, along with 2 MG-34 machine guns for close defense. The tank's armour provided exceptional protection, with 7.3 inches of thick turret face armour, a well-sloped 5.9 inches of thick hull glacis plate, and 3.2 inches of thick side and rear armour. Powered by a 700 brake horsepower Maybach HL 230 engine, the King Tiger could reach a maximum speed of 24 miles per hour on roads and 10.5 miles per hour cross-country. However, its voracious fuel consumption limited its operational range to just 68 miles on roads and 53 miles cross-country, despite carrying 860 litres of fuel. Henschel completed the prototype of the King Tiger in late 1942, with the first 3 production models delivered in January 1944. However, the Allied capture of the Kassel factory in March 1945 halted further production, with a total of 489 vehicles completed, including 20 command variants. These Command King Tigers were equipped with additional communication equipment, sacrificing ammunition storage space. Of the approximately 489 King Tigers produced, around 150 saw service with the Waffen SS, further solidifying its reputation as a formidable force on the battlefield. The King Tiger boasted devastating firepower capable of penetrating Allied Sherman tanks from any angle at distances exceeding 3,500 yards. Its frontal armour, measuring between 5.9 to 7.3 inches thick, made it nearly impervious to attacks from Allied tanks or anti-tank guns. Remarkably, there is no documented evidence of an Allied round penetrating the King Tiger's frontal armour during the war. However, like all tanks, it remained vulnerable to damage to its tracks, and many were lost due to fuel shortages or mechanical failures during German withdrawals. Despite its hardened armour and firepower, the King Tiger was hampered by its weight and high fuel consumption, making it slow and cumbersome on the battlefield. Its mechanical reliability issues further compounded its limitations, leading to its most effective use in static fire support roles. Due to its scarcity, with the number in service peaking at just 219 tanks in February 1945, the King Tiger was allocated to only a select few independent heavy tank battalions. Among these were 3 Waffen SS units, the 101st, 102nd and 103rd SS heavy tank battalions, which operated as corps troops attached to SS Panzer Corps. The first Waffen SS unit to field King Tiger tanks was the 1st company of the 101st SS Heavy Tank Battalion. In early August 1944, this company received 14 tanks to replace the Tiger I tanks lost during the Allies' Normandy campaign. Despite their hard efforts, all of these King Tigers were ultimately destroyed, either in Normandy or during the chaotic German retreat across France and Belgium in late August and early September 1944. In September 1944, the High Command made significant changes to the structure of 3 SS units, reclassifying them as army troops instead of corps troops and renumbering them as the 501st, 503rd battalions. With the looming Ardennes counter-offensive in mind, Hitler ordered the 501st SS Battalion to return to Germany for a complete re-equipment with the new King Tigers. However, when the offensive commenced, the 501st had only 30 King Tigers at its disposal, falling short of its authorized strength. Despite the popular association of the Ardennes offensive with the King Tiger tank, their actual role in the battle was rather modest. Although the Germans deployed 52 King Tigers in the offensive, nearly 1/3 of the total then in service, their impact was limited. These King Tigers were attached to the Leibstandarte division, serving in the divisional spearhead known as the SS Battle Group Piper, led by SS Obersturmbannführer Joachim Piper. Piper's mission was to exploit any successes swiftly before the Allies could respond. However, the challenging terrain of the Ardennes, characterized by narrow winding roads in hilly and heavily wooded areas, proved unsuitable for the King Tiger's ponderous mobility. Consequently, Piper led his advance primarily with a mixed force of more agile Panzer IV and V tanks, relegating the King Tigers to the rear with instructions to keep pace as best they could. However, they quickly fell behind. Only 10 King Tigers managed to catch up with Piper's spearhead tanks after the battle group's advance stalled near Stoumont on December 20th, 1944. Yet, by the following day, Piper had lost 4 King Tigers and found himself surrounded at L'Église by Allied counter-attacks, severed from logistical support. By the night of December 23rd, 24, his force had depleted its supplies and ammunition, resorting to fighting on foot after destroying its remaining 35 tanks, including 6 King Tigers. Despite the setback of Piper's northern thrust, the German High Command pressed on, shifting their focus to the area around Bastogne as the Allies began to regain ground. Although the town had been encircled earlier in the offensive, determined American resistance, symbolized by the defiant response, nuts from the commander when asked to surrender, prevented its fall. By Boxing Day 1944, the Allies had successfully linked up with the besieged Bastogne garrison. In an attempt to regain the initiative, the German army redeployed the Leibstandarte division, now equipped with its remaining 17 King Tigers, to Bastogne. Their objective was to assist in the German efforts to re-encircle the town. However, in the intense battles that ensued around Bastogne, the 501st SS Battalion lost another 3 of its precious King Tigers, bringing their total losses in the Ardennes to 13. With Hitler's Ardennes offensive ultimately ending in defeat, the last significant action involving King Tigers in the Western Front came to a close. Despite their formidable reputation, these powerful tanks could not alter the course of the battle, marking the end of their role in the conflict in the West. The deployment of Waffen SS King Tiger tanks on the Eastern Front in late 1944 showcased not only their tactical prowess but also their strategic value in unique operations aimed at preserving the disintegrating Axis alliance. In a bid to ensure Hungary's allegiance to the Axis cause against the Soviets, Hitler tasked SS Standartenführer Otto Skorzeny with Operation Panzerfaust on September 20th, 1944, with Hungary's regent Admiral Miklos signalling an imminent ceasefire with the Soviets. On October 15th, Skorzeny's forces, comprising the 503rd Heavy Tank Battalion, armed with 35 King Tigers and the elite commandos of the 600th SS Parachute Battalion, embarked on a daring coup d'état to seize control of the Hungarian government. The imposing presence of the King Tigers played a crucial role in the success of the operation, leaving a lasting psychological impact on both allies and adversaries alike. With the haughty regime effectively under Nazi control, the appointment of fascist Ferenc Szalasi as the new leader signalled Hungary's continued commitment to the Axis struggles against the Soviets, albeit with limited effect on the broader strategic landscape of the Eastern Front. However, these fleeting triumphs were overshadowed by the relentless march of defeat. The failure of the Ardennes offensive brought no relief for the battle-weary 501st SS Heavy Tank Battalion, ordered to Hungary with the 6th SS Panzer Army to partake in Operation Spring Awakening on January 12, 1945. The The offensive aimed to recapture Budapest and safeguard the last remaining oil fields still in Axis hands. Despite the formidable presence of the SS King Tigers, their advance soon faltered in the face of overwhelming Soviet resistance. By April 1945, the inexorable advance of the Red Army pushed the 6th SS Panzer Army back through Austria, marking the final descent of the once mighty King Tigers on the Eastern Front. These episodes epitomise the fleeting moments of triumph amidst the gathering gloom of impending defeat. While the King Tigers symbolise German technological prowess and military might, their ultimate fate mirrored that of the crumbling Axis powers, overwhelmed by the relentless tide of Allied forces on both the Eastern and Western fronts. Meanwhile, the 503rd SS Heavy Tank Battalion remained stationed at training grounds in Germany, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new production King Tigers. By January 1945, the battalion had been equipped with 39 of these formidable tanks and was swiftly deployed to central Poland in a bid to reinforce the crumbling German front against the advancing Soviet forces of the Vistula-Oder offensive. Despite the valiant efforts of both the German army and the Waffen SS, the inexorable march of Allied forces signalled the imminent demise of the Third Reich. The only uncertainty lay in the grim tally of casualties before the inevitable German surrender. Engaged in desperate defensive combat along the borders of the Reich, the 503rd SS Heavy Tank Battalion suffered heavy losses, dwindling to just 2 operational tanks by March 20, 1945, despite being recalled in April 1945, succumbing to the relentless pressure of the advancing Allied forces during the final desperate defence south of Berlin. On March 22, 1945, Hitler committed his last reserve of King Tigers, the 502nd SS Battalion with its complement of 31 tanks, to combat in Bohemia, hoping to bolster German attempts to withstand the final Soviet onslaught on the Reich. However, like their counterparts in other SS battalions, the King Tigers of the 502nd could not withstand the overwhelming force of the Red Army. As April 1945 unfolded, they too fell in battle, unable to alter the course of the war. By May 8, 1945, the triumphant advance of the Red Army signalled the end of hostilities in Europe, marking the culmination of the King Tigers' valiant yet ultimately futile struggle to avert German defeat. In the waning days of the battle for Berlin, a small number of King Tiger tanks endured to defend the besieged city. Among them, King Tiger 314 under the command of SS Unterscharführer Georg Diers stood resilient. On April 18th, Diers's tank, alongside King Tiger 100, received orders to advance from the Potsdamer station toward the Anhalter station several blocks away. Engaging in a fierce day-long battle against Soviet T-34 and JS-2 tanks, they valiantly defended their position before being forced to retreat back to the Potsdamer station, depicted vividly in a painting capturing the intensity of the struggle. The following day saw King Tiger 100 disabled by relentless Soviet tank fire, ultimately abandoned amidst the ruins of Berlin. Despite the odds stacked against them, Diers and his crew, operating King Tiger 314, claimed the destruction of 39 Soviet tanks during the intense fighting within the city.
Gehen Sie in Abwehrstellung, bis wir wissen, wie viele es sind.
In the annals of military history, few units have commanded as much intrigue, fear and controversy as the Waffen SS. As shadows cast by World War II begin to lengthen into history, we embark on a journey deep into the heart of this enigmatic force. From the outset, the Waffen SS distinguished itself by embracing cutting-edge military strategies and technologies. Their doctrine emphasized rapid maneuverability, combined arms warfare, and decentralized command structures, approaches that would later become hallmarks of modern military doctrine. Yet, perhaps most significantly, the Waffen SS was driven by a potent ideological fervor that set it apart from conventional military units. Comprised largely of volunteers who ardently embraced National Socialistic ideology, the Waffen SS was imbued with a sense of fanaticism and devotion to their cause that fueled their combat effectiveness and complete ruthlessness. So, today, join me as I delve into the crucible where ideology forged soldiers, where tactics evolved into deadly precision, and where the line between heroism and horror blurred. Through rare archival footage, expert analysis, and first-hand accounts, we seek to understand what made the Waffen SS both feared and revered on the battlefield. During its nascent phase from 1933 to 1936, the Waffen SS faced resource constraints under Himmler's leadership. To compensate, they relied on the Wehrmacht for basic military instruction in tactics and strategy. While this primarily bolstered the tactical acumen of Waffen SS officers, the line infantry received specialized training as assault troops. However, as the quality of Himmler's forces became apparent, Hitler granted them unprecedented permission in 1938 to conduct large-scale training maneuvers involving live ammunition and artillery barrages, and soon will be put to the test in Poland. This decision afforded the Waffen SS invaluable hands-on experience with their weaponry and gear in real-world scenarios. Notably, this departure from the typically cautious approach of the Wehrmacht underscored Hitler's recognition of the Waffen SS's potential and marked a unique chapter in their development. To gain a comprehensive understanding of a military unit, it's essential to examine its training regimen and the composition of its soldiers. The Waffen SS, conceived by Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS and Gestapo, emerged from his vision of establishing a new Aryan elite within the Third Reich. Himmler was adamant that his military formations should represent the pinnacle of German prowess. However, he also sought to break away from the traditional elite of Germany, instilling a sense of distinction in his new Aryan elite. This led Heinrich to institute a rigorous and deeply indoctrinating program aimed at molding ordinary soldiers into fervent warriors renowned for their physical prowess and unwavering courage. Ultimately, these elite units garnered favour from Adolf Hitler himself, solidifying their status as a formidable force within the new Germany. In 1939, the SSVT divisions, also known as the First Combat SS Divisions, experienced their inaugural combat engagement in Poland. Hitler assigned operational control of the Leibstandarte and the SSVT to the Army High Command, OKH. Meanwhile, Himmler retained command of the Totenkopfstandarten for what he euphemistically termed special tasks of a police nature behind the advancing combat units. Despite the very quick victory over Poland in September 1939, the regular Heer Army expressed dissatisfaction with the performance of the SSVT. They criticized its units for taking unnecessary risks and sustaining higher casualty rates compared to the normal army. Additionally, they deemed the SSVT poorly trained with unsuitable officers for combat command. For instance, the OKW noted an incident where the Leibstandarte had to be rescued by an army regiment after being surrounded by Polish forces at Pabianice. The SS unit was almost completely destroyed. In its defense, the SS argued that it faced challenges fighting piecemeal instead of as a unified formation and lacked proper equipment provided by the army to accomplish its objectives. Himmler advocated for the SSVT to fight in its own formations under its own commanders, while the OKW pushed for the SSVT's dissolution. Hitler, unwilling to antagonize either the army or Himmler, opted for a compromise. He ordered the SSVT to form its own divisions but placed them under army command. Hitler resisted integrating the Waffen SS into the army, as it was intended to remain the armed wing of the party and envisioned to become an elite police force following the war's conclusion. In October 1939, the Deutschland, Germania and Der Führer regiments underwent a reorganization to form the SS Verfügungsdivision. However, the Leibstandarte remained independent and saw an increase in its strength, becoming a reinforced motorized regiment. Hitler also sanctioned the establishment of two new divisions. The SS Totenkopf Division, comprised of militarized units from the SS Totenkopfverbände, and the Polizei Division, composed of members from the National Police Force. This sudden expansion resulted in the force that the OKW had sought to disband growing from 18,000 to over 100,000 men practically overnight. Subsequently, Hitler approved the creation of 4 motorized artillery battalions in March 1940, one for each division including the Leibstandarte. However, the OKW was tasked with supplying these new battalions with artillery, but it was hesitant to relinquish guns from its own arsenal. As a result, the delivery of weapons was slow, and by the time of the Battle of France, only the Leibstandarte battalion had reached its full strength. Overall, from 1940 to 1942, the Waffen SS stood out as a compact and highly mobile elite force within Germany's military apparatus. Comprising predominantly motorized units, its premier elite formations, Leibstandarte das Reich, Totenkopf, were meticulously organized as motorized infantry divisions. These divisions were equipped with an extensive array of weaponry, including rifles, machine guns, mortars, infantry guns, anti-tank weapons, artillery, and armored cars, allowing them to operate with remarkable versatility and effectiveness on the battlefield. It was the exploits of these select divisions that truly established the military reputation of the Waffen SS. Engaging in grueling and often brutal combat conditions on the Eastern Front during the pivotal years of 1941 and 1942, they demonstrated extraordinary resilience and combat prowess. Their ability to hold defensive positions against overwhelming odds earned them admiration, not only within the ranks of the Waffen SS, but also from the highest echelons of the German leadership. Hitler, in particular, was deeply impressed by the performance of these SS divisions. Their steadfastness and fighting spirit left an indelible mark on him, leading him to not only expand the ranks of the Waffen SS, but also to elevate its status to that of an elite organization within the German military hierarchy. This recognition from Hitler himself served to further enhance the prestige and significance of the Waffen SS, both within Germany and on the broader stage of World War II. One of the most notable combat strategies undertaken by the SS Grenadiers was devising highly effective defensive strategies centered around the formidable MG-34 and MG-42 machine guns. Waffen SS troops recognized that their defensive capabilities were significantly bolstered as long as their machine guns remained operational and were positioned strategically with ample fields of fire. To maximize their defensive prowess, Waffen SS Grenadiers meticulously selected advantageous positions for their machine guns and employed sophisticated camouflage techniques to conceal them from enemy view. In instances where time and conditions permitted, machine gun crews prepared multiple fallback positions to ensure continuity of fire. Understanding the critical role of their machine guns, Waffen SS troops were cautious not to needlessly risk them. In the event of unsuccessful attempts to halt enemy advances, machine gunners adhered to standard operating procedures, often retreating to pre-prepared rearward positions to continue the fight before the enemy closed in. As long as the majority of their machine guns remained functional, SS Grenadiers could effectively stall attacking infantry forces, often outnumbering them significantly. In fact, just a few well-positioned and well-supplied MG-42 machine guns had the capability to delay an entire attacking regiment for hours along a several-mile frontage. Recognizing the pivotal role of machine guns in defensive success, German crews were selected with meticulous care. In reality, the 9-man SS Grenadier Squad was primarily geared towards servicing its machine gun. The primary gunner, known as Schütze 1, typically the most experienced and decorated grenadier in the squad, bore the responsibility of carrying the gun. His comrade, Schütze 2, was tasked with feeding ammunition belts, ensuring operational efficiency through periodic barrel changes, and clearing any jams that occurred during combat. Typically, 2 less experienced recruits were tasked solely with supplying fresh ammunition for the machine gun, while the remainder of the squad took up positions in foxholes to cover all possible approaches to the machine gun emplacement. This arrangement provided a significant advantage, allowing German infantry squads to sustain heavy casualties, even up to 2/3 of their strength, and still remain effective as long as the machine gun remained operational. With just a gunner, loader and munitions carrier, the squad could maintain nearly the same volume of fire as a full squad, explaining why SS infantry units often continued resistance even after suffering losses that would have incapacitated Allied infantry units. A vivid example of the defensive power of the MG-42 occurred southwest of Caen, along the Odon River on June 28, 1944. The 6th Company of the 1st SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandart, led by SS Schütze Erich Göstl, faced an entire British battalion assault. Despite sustaining injuries, including being shot and blinded in one eye, Göstl refused to abandon his machine gun. His relentless stream of fire effectively halted the British advance, pinning down the entire attacking battalion. Even after sustaining further injuries from shrapnel, which damaged his other eye, Göstl remained steadfast at his post, continuing to fire at the enemy. His courageous actions compelled the British forces to retreat to their starting positions. For his actions, Göstl was mentioned in dispatches and awarded the Knight's Cross. His citation aptly described him as a hero of action rather than words, embodying courage without exaggeration or melodrama. The MG-34 also emerged as a potent offensive weapon, as exemplified by the actions of SS Scharführer Johann Fiedler on April 21, 1942, during his service with the Totenkopf Division at Demyansk on the Eastern Front's central sector. In a dire situation where his company faced overwhelming Soviet forces and imminent destruction, Fiedler displayed extraordinary actions and initiative. Despite being confronted with superior enemy numbers, he fearlessly charged forward alone, wielding his MG-34 in its light role. Undeterred by the hail of enemy fire, and despite sustaining wounds in the process, Fiedler pressed on and launched a daring assault on the Soviet trenches. His audacious solo charge resulted in the capture of an astonishing 39 prisoners, along with 5 enemy machine guns and an anti-tank gun. Fiedler's remarkable display of determination and bravery under fire earned him the prestigious Knight's Cross, a recognition that highlighted his exceptional valor in the face of adversity. Throughout the duration of the war, the Waffen SS extensively utilized mortars, surpassing their adversaries in this regard. This reliance on mortars grew as the conflict progressed due to several factors. Firstly, mortars were cost-effective and relatively simple to manufacture, making them readily available for deployment. Additionally, their mobility and ease of camouflage rendered them less susceptible to air attacks compared to artillery or infantry guns, particularly as Allied aerial superiority strengthened in the later stages of the war. The availability and effectiveness of mortars significantly bolstered the defensive firepower provided by German machine guns. Waffen SS Grenadiers routinely pre-registered the fire of their mortars, not only targeting the forward battle zone, but also their own defensive positions and machine gun nests. This strategic approach allowed SS machine gunners to temporarily cede forward positions to the enemy while they reorganized and summoned reinforcements for counterattacks. An illustrative example of the devastating impact of SS mortar tactics occurred during the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division's assault on Carpiquet Airfield west of Caen on July 8, 1944. The defenders from the 26th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, had meticulously registered the fire of their mortars on both the forward battle zone and their own outpost line. When the Canadian infantry advanced behind a massive artillery barrage, temporarily suppressing German defensive machine gun fire, the SS mortar crews held their fire until the Canadian artillery lifted. Subsequently, they unleashed a massive barrage of mortar rounds, creating confusion among the Canadian riflemen who mistakenly believed their own artillery had fallen short. The chaos caused by the SS mortar fire disrupted the Canadian battalion to such an extent that it could not effectively participate in the attack. As a result, the entire Canadian timetable was thrown into disarray, prolonging the battle for the Hitler Youth Defenders. Despite the vastly superior Canadian forces, it took the entire day to dislodge them from the village, with the airfield ultimately remaining under their control. This battle shows us the critical role played by mortars in the defensive tactics employed by the Waffen SS, contributing significantly to their effectiveness in combat situations. The Waffen SS extensively utilized a wide range of captured mortars during the war. Among the most commonly employed foreign models were variations of the Stokes-Brandt mortar, which was the predominant mortar in Europe at the outset of the conflict. Originally developed and widely used by the French army, with over 8,000 units deployed in 1940 alone, these mortars were also captured by the Germans from various countries such as Austria, Poland, Holland, Denmark, and Yugoslavia. These captured mortars were often utilized in place of German medium mortars and primarily served with SS garrison and training units. For instance, the SS Landstorm Nederland Regiment fielded approximately Granatwerfer mortars, which were Danish license-built versions of the Stokes mortar. Additionally, the regiment possessed 3 1935 model French mortars, designated in German service as the Granatwerfer. These French mortars, though in limited numbers, also found their way into SS service, further diversifying the range of captured weaponry utilized by the Waffen SS. The development of multi-barreled rocket launchers exemplified the competitive dynamic between the Waffen SS and the German army during World War II. Despite resistance from the army's artillery branch against Waffen SS efforts to acquire rocket launchers, the SS persevered and eventually created its own fin-stabilized rocket system. Infantry guns played a crucial role in providing Waffen SS grenadiers with essential offensive and defensive fire support, especially in situations where artillery support was limited, as was often the case on the sparsely defended Eastern Front. Typically, Waffen SS gunners positioned their infantry guns in the rear of their main defensive positions, known as the Hauptkampflinie, and coordinated their fire with more forward deployed mortars. Such was the scenario faced by the 26th SS Panzergrenadier Regiment of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend on June 7, 1944, during its advance to repel the Allied D-Day landings. Each of its 3 battalions was reinforced by a platoon of 2 heavy infantry guns. As the division's scouting forces reached the Ardennes Abbey west of Caen, they observed the advance of Canadian infantry from the Regina Rifles, along with Sherman tanks from the 27th Canadian Armoured Regiment. Without waiting for reinforcements or artillery support, the SS Panzergrenadiers launched a counterattack straight from their assembly points, relying on surprise, boldness, and the covering fire provided by their 15 cm infantry guns. These guns played a crucial role in supporting the SS counterstrike, which overwhelmed the Canadian spearhead, forcing it to retreat. The infantry guns also helped suppress the defensive mortar fire that the Canadians called in to cover their withdrawal. Ultimately, it took the combined firepower of every Anglo-Canadian artillery piece ashore, along with the guns of the Allied Naval Invasion Armada, to halt the SS armoured counter-thrust. This engagement proves the pivotal role played by infantry guns in supporting Waffen SS operations, and their effectiveness in contributing to successful counterattacks on the battlefield. Engineers in the Waffen SS utilised a variety of demolition charges and anti-personnel mines for various purposes, such as destroying enemy bunkers and bridges, obstructing roads, and immobilising equipment during retreats. One of the commonly employed demolition charges for offensive operations was the Stangenladung, also known as the pole charge, which involved attaching explosive charges to a pole and thrusting it onto the openings of enemy bunkers before detonating them. Hollow charge detonation charges were also utilised against steel and concrete obstacles. Mines, on the other hand, served as defensive weapons and were widely used by all combatants during World War II, with Germany being one of the largest users. Mines generally fell into two categories: anti-tank devices and the more common anti-personnel variant. The latter were smaller and lighter, containing fragmentation explosives designed to inflict maximum injury on humans within the blast range. These mines were strategically placed to deter enemy infantry movements and inflict casualties during their advance. In 1942, as the Waffen SS continued its expansion, a significant development occurred with the establishment of a new division in March. This expansion coincided with a notable trend. An increasing number of individuals from foreign backgrounds, many of whom were not volunteers, began to join the ranks of the Waffen SS. This influx of recruits marked a shift in the composition of the SS units. One notable example of this phenomenon was the formation of the 7th SS Volunteer Mountain Division Prinzhugen. This division drew its personnel primarily from Volksdeutsche ethnic Germans residing in regions outside of Germany's borders. However, the recruitment process for the Prinzhugen division was not entirely voluntary. Instead, many of these individuals were conscripted under threat of punishment by local German authorities in Croatia, Serbia, Hungary, and Romania. Despite their diverse backgrounds, these individuals were brought together and utilized for anti-partisan operations in the Balkans, showcasing the varied roles undertaken by the Waffen SS during the war. Moreover, the expansion of the Waffen SS was not limited to the Prinzhugen division. Concurrently, another division was formed, leveraging the existing SS Cavalry Brigade as its foundation. This initiative resulted in the establishment of the 8th SS Cavalry Division Florian Geyer, further bolstering the SS forces with specialized cavalry units. These developments was the evolving nature of the Waffen SS during this period, as it sought to adapt to changing circumstances and expand its capabilities by incorporating personnel from diverse backgrounds and establishing specialized divisions to fulfill its operational objectives. As heavier anti-tank guns became available between 1941 and 1943, the Waffen SS gradually reassigned its remaining Pak 35-36 guns to foreign volunteer, training and security units. These guns continued to serve, albeit in diminishing numbers, until the end of the war. For instance, in June 1944, SS garrison forces stationed in the Netherlands were equipped with 35 Pak 35-36 anti-tank guns. Prior to the unveiling of the Pak 35-36's deficiencies during the Battle of Arras, Rheinmetall-Borsig had already initiated the development of a larger gun, the Pak 38, which would go on to become one of the most widely used anti-tank guns by the SS during the war. Similar to its predecessor, the Pak 38 was lightweight and mounted on a split trail carriage, facilitating easy maneuverability divisions, quickly proving its superiority over the Pak 35-36. Weighing 986 kilograms, the Pak 38 featured rubber-tired wheels, a torsion bar sprung carriage and a sloped double splinter shield. It fired a variety of ammunition, including the Panzergranate 38 round, with a maximum range of 2650 meters and the capability to penetrate 61 millimeters of vertical and 50 millimeters of 30-degree sloped armor at 1000 meters. This made it capable of inflicting significant damage to Soviet T-34 tanks. Additionally, a tungsten carbide round introduced late in 1940 further enhanced its performance, enabling it to penetrate the frontal armor of Soviet T-34 tanks at typical combat ranges. An illustrative example of tank versus anti-tank combat occurred on August 8, 1944, near Saint-Sylvain, Normandy, during the onset of the Canadian offensive, Operation Totalize. This operation aimed to capture Falaise and encircle the majority of German forces in Normandy. Near the Château du Fosse, the 12th SS Divisional Escort Company, reinforced by 2 expertly camouflaged SS Park 40 anti-tank guns positioned at the edge of a woodland, confronted the advance of the 1st Polish Armoured Regiment across open cornfields adjacent to the forest. In rapid succession, the 2 anti-tank guns disabled 6 tanks before the Polish armour could retaliate. Despite breaching the thin SS defensive line, the Polish tanks fell prey to the anti-tank guns, which destroyed an additional pair of Sherman tanks directly in front of the company command post. Subsequently, the Polish armour retreated behind the chateau and called for artillery support, resulting in the destruction of one of the anti-tank guns and incapacitating the crew of the other. Seizing the opportunity, the Polish armour resumed their advance, unaware of SS grenadiers Kurt Breitmoser and Leo Freund, who manned the surviving gun. Despite the odds, these determined soldiers managed to destroy a Polish Sherman with their first shot. However, their position was soon hit, leaving Breitmoser unconscious and Freund wounded. Upon Freund's return after receiving immediate medical attention nearby, he found his comrade had regained consciousness, and together they resumed operating the gun. Facing formidable opposition, the Polish armour eventually withdrew, having suffered the loss of 22 tanks in the engagement. This incident highlights the tenacity and resilience displayed by both sides during intense combat encounters in Normandy, and sheer grit of the Pak gun. Another insane demonstration of the Pak 40's effectiveness occurred at a strategic position known as Orphanage Hill. Soviet tanks, including 3 second heavy vehicles, completely on his own before his gun was destroyed and he himself was severely injured. Following a German counterattack, Schreinen was found battered but alive, and he was rightfully awarded the Knight's Cross for his exceptional bravery and heroism in the face of overwhelming enemy forces. In early 1941, the Waffen SS received its first heavy flak unit when the 6th Battery of the SS Artillery Regiment Leibstandarte was equipped with 3 8.8 cm flak 18 heavy anti-aircraft guns. During the German campaign in Greece, one of these guns made history by destroying a British tank at a range exceeding 6,000 meters, setting a new record for tank destruction. This remarkable achievement underscored the remarkable anti-tank capabilities of the weapon, prompting SS troops to demand more flak 88s. In May 1941, a second heavy battery was assigned to the Das Reich division, followed by a third in August 1941. Throughout 1942, the leading SS divisions established 4 or 5 battery anti-aircraft battalions, each containing 2 or 3 heavy batteries. New battalions were added to divisions such as Totenkopf, SS Polizei, and Florian Geyer in the same year. In 1943, divisions like Prinz Eugen, Hohenstaufen, Frundsberg and Nordland received similar battalions, while in 1944, formations like Hitlerjugend, Reichsführer SS, Götz von Berlichingen and Horst Wessel divisions were also equipped. Elite SS anti-aircraft gunners were tasked with safeguarding Hitler's summer residence and headquarters at Obersalzberg on the Bavarian-Austrian border. As part of the SS Special Forces, they worked to protect Hitler's dwelling from Allied air raids. In April 1945, this unit was reorganized for ground combat as a mountain battalion, playing a crucial role in Hitler's plan to establish the mythical Alpine redoubt known as the Fortress Alps. One of the most decorated SS flak gunners during the war was SS Unterscharführer Heinrich Gottke, a forward observer with the 17th SS Flak Battalion Götz von Berlichingen. In December 1944, stationed at Erfweiler near the Reich's western border, Gottke witnessed an American armoured force breaching the division's front line and advancing toward his observation post. With no means to oppose the tanks, Gottke boldly called for his battalion's fire on his own position with the command "Fire on the Hermit." This act halted the enemy's advance, and for his bravery, Gottke was awarded the Knight's Cross, becoming one of only 3 flak gunners to receive this honour. In 1943, the Waffen SS underwent significant expansion. In February, the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen and its counterpart, the 10th SS Panzer Division Frundsberg, were established in France. Following them in July was the formation of the 11th SS Volunteer Panzer Grenadier Division Nordland, comprised of Norwegian and Danish volunteers. September witnessed the creation of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, consisting of volunteers from the Hitler Youth. Himmler and Berger successfully persuaded Hitler to establish a Bosnian Muslim division, resulting in the formation of the 13th Waffen Mountain Division of the SS Handschar, 1st Croatian, the first non-Germanic division to combat Josip Broz Tito's Yugoslav partisans. Subsequently, the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS, 1st Galician, was formed from volunteers from Galicia in western Ukraine. In 1943, the 15th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS, 1st Latvian, was created, utilizing compulsory military service in the Ostland. The year concluded with the establishment of the 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Reichsführer SS, formed from the Sturmbrigade Reichsführer SS as a core unit. By the year's end, the Waffen SS had expanded from 8 divisions and several brigades to 16 divisions. However, by 1943, the Waffen SS could no longer maintain its status as an elite fighting force. Recruitment and conscription focused more on numerical expansion rather than maintaining quality. Many of the foreign units were only suitable for rear guard duties, and most of them were not that effective, and the combat reputation of the SS started to dwindle. Waffen SS at the outset of the war sheds light on their capabilities. In September 1939, each of the 4 SS FZ-221 and 222 light armoured cars. These vehicles were part of a series of light 4-wheeled armoured cars, including the SDK FZ-221, 222 and 223, distinguished by variations in weight, armament and turret construction. The Waffen SS approach to reconnaissance encompassed a broader scope, extending from gathering intelligence to engaging in combat operations. In contrast to their Anglo-American counterparts, who relied on various intelligence sources, the Germans placed significant emphasis on battlefield intelligence and were prepared to engage in combat to acquire information. Consequently, Waffen SS armoured reconnaissance battalions were well equipped with armoured cars and half-tracks. These superior training, tactics and morale, along with German aerial superiority, could compensate for limitations in firepower and protection. This approach enabled SS armoured cars to gather valuable intelligence on the battlefield. In addition to their boldness and determination, Waffen SS armoured reconnaissance units were characterised by their audacity and speed. They believed that these qualities, along with superior training, tactics and morale, coupled with German aerial superiority, could compensate for any deficiencies in firepower and protection. This mindset empowered them to undertake daring missions deep behind enemy lines, often resulting in valuable intelligence being gathered for their respective divisions. Such audacious actions were not limited to a single engagement. Throughout the war, Waffen SS armoured reconnaissance units consistently demonstrated their willingness to push the boundaries of conventional reconnaissance tactics. Their ability to operate aggressively in the face of enemy opposition allowed them to gather crucial information about enemy movements, positions and intentions, contributing significantly to the success of SS operations on various fronts. Furthermore, the success of SS armoured reconnaissance units depended not only on the bravery of individual soldiers, but also on their cohesive teamwork and meticulous planning. Each mission required careful coordination between reconnaissance patrols, support elements, and command structures to ensure objectives were achieved while minimizing risks to personnel and equipment. Despite facing formidable challenges and often operating in hostile territory, Waffen SS armoured reconnaissance units remained undeterred in their pursuit of battlefield intelligence. Armoured reconnaissance battalions played a crucial role in leading Waffen SS offensives with remarkable boldness. In September 1943, for instance, the 1st Armoured Car Company of the SS Armoured Reconnaissance Battalion Das Reich undertook a mission to investigate a suspected Soviet armoured build-up in a village flanking the division. Led by SS Untersturmführer Alfred Siegling, the company's heavy platoon, equipped with 6 half-track 8-wheelers, fearlessly entered the village village despite the presence of Soviet armor. To the surprise of the unsuspecting Soviets, Siegling's patrol raced through the village at full throttle, passing within meters of numerous Soviet T-34 tanks stationed near the village square. Caught off guard by Siegling's audacious maneuver, the Soviet troops were slow to react. By the time they scrambled back to their tanks, started their engines and aimed their guns, all they saw was the dust kicked up by the departing German armoured cars as they exited the village unharmed. Siegling's reconnaissance provided vital intelligence on the Soviet tank's strength, enabling the division to adjust its defences and successfully repel the subsequent Soviet assault. For his courageous and effective action, Alfred Siegling was awarded the Knight's Cross, recognising his outstanding contribution to the overall efforts. During the pivotal years of 1943 to 1944, the theatre of war witnessed monumental clashes marked by extensive participation from the Waffen SS, notably in engagements like the Battle of Kursk, the Battle of Kharkov, and operations in Italy. However, amidst these significant battles, the Waffen SS underwent extensive reorganizations, particularly in the aftermath of the devastating defeat suffered at Kursk. Following the setback at Kursk, a period of intensive restructuring ensued within the ranks of the Waffen SS. The resilience of these elite forces was tested as they were redeployed to critical fronts, often in precarious positions. Notable engagements during this period included operations in Demyansk, Narva, and other strategically vital locations. These battles were characterized by their ferocity and brutality, underscoring the intense nature of the combat experienced by the Waffen SS. From this point forward, a dramatic shift in the nature of warfare emerged. Battles transformed into desperate struggles to maintain ground at any expense, resembling a relentless firefighting effort across the entirety of the front lines. The conflict took on a new intensity as German forces found themselves engaged in fierce fighting across Ukraine and the Baltic states. The ferocity of combat reached unprecedented levels as the Germans fought tenaciously for every inch of territory. The rugged terrain of Ukraine and the Baltic states became the backdrop for brutal engagements, with both sides locked in a relentless struggle for dominance. As the tide of battle ebbed and flowed, German forces eventually found themselves forced to retreat, falling back to the relative sanctuary of Poland. Despite the grim realities of retreating under pressure, the resolve of the German military remained unbroken as they sought to regroup and reorganize for the challenges that lay ahead. The toll of continuous warfare took its toll on the ranks of the Waffen SS, necessitating the replenishment of personnel. However, the replacements were often inexperienced, lacking the rigorous training and indoctrination that characterized the original elite cadre. As a result, the composition of the Waffen SS became increasingly diverse, with recruits from various nationalities and backgrounds joining the ranks, albeit without the same level of preparation and conditioning as their predecessors. One of the earliest Waffen SS divisions to fully equip with a battalion of Panther tanks was the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich. However, by December 1943, this division had lost all of its original 49 Panthers during sustained defensive operations around Zhytomyr in Ukraine. As a result, the High Command withdrew the remaining elements of the division and completely re-equipped its 1st Panzer Battalion with Panther tanks. While this refurbishment was underway, the division was redeployed to France, and by the time it advanced to repel the Allied Normandy landings in June 1944, it boasted 62 Panzer V tanks, most of which were Model A vehicles. During the winter of 1943-44, the frontline demands for Panthers left very few vehicles available for the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen, which was still in the process of formation. By March 1944, the division had received only a handful of Model A Panthers. Consequently, when the High Command ordered the Hohenstaufen to the east to counter the Soviet advance at Tarnopol in April 1944, the division had to leave its Panther battalion behind at the Meilly-le-Camp training park near Paris, awaiting eliminating the rest of its tanks. It was not until mid-June 1944, after the Hohenstaufen had returned to the west to repel the Allied D-Day landings, that the Panther Battalion rejoined its parent formation. At that time, the unit had received 37 Panther Model A and G tanks, still less than half its authorized strength. In late 1943, the 11th SS Volunteer Panzergrenadier Division Nordland received Panther tanks instead of the usual Stu G3 assault guns, which were standard equipment for this type of SS division. In early 1944, the Nordland became part of SS Gruppenführer Felix Steiner's 3rd Germanic SS Panzer Corps, which held the northern part of the Eastern Front on the Gulf of Finland at Narva. The front line in the north had changed only slightly since December 1941, although the Soviets had managed to break the German encirclement of Leningrad in 1943. In early February 1944, the Soviets launched an offensive against the Nordland's defensive line along the frozen Narva River. They established a bridgehead south of the positions held by the Nordland and began advancing north, rolling up the SS defences from the south. In desperation, the divisional commander committed his reserve of Panther Model A tanks from the 11th SS Panzer Battalion Hermann von Salza, named after the Grandmaster of the medieval Teutonic Knights, to stem the Soviet advance, which they managed to achieve. Similarly, in late March, when a Soviet armoured column broke through the German defences and reached the main bridge over the Narva at Ivangorod, the Nordland deployed the Panthers of its 1st Panzer Company to launch frantic counterattacks against vastly superior Soviet forces. For his courage in this action, SS Oberscharführer Philip Wild received the coveted Knight's Cross. 3rd SS Panzer Corps managed to conduct an epic defence at Narva against superior odds for 6 months before a massive Soviet onslaught in July 1944 forced the Waffen SS to withdraw. The 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend was another SS formation that received large numbers of the Panther Model G tank. Formed in 1943-44, the Hitlerjugend was the 7th and final Waffen SS armoured division raised during the war, comprised primarily of 17 and 18-year-old Hitler Youth members, often referred to as the Candy Soldiers due to their young age. The division also included a cadre of veteran NCOs from the Leibstandarte division. The division's 12th SS Panzer Regiment followed the standard format of 1 Panther-equipped and 1 Panzer I-4-equipped tank battalion. By D-Day on June 6, 1944, the Hitlerjugend deployed 81 Panthers, with the majority being Model G vehicles. However, during the bitter defensive fighting in Normandy, the division suffered heavy losses and was virtually annihilated. Despite their lack of experience, the young troops of the Hitlerjugend fought with fervent zeal and brutality. In one notable incident, 60 soldiers from the division held out in the ruins of Falaise for 3 days against vastly superior Allied forces. However, the division's young troops also committed several atrocities, including the callous execution of at least 41 unarmed Canadian prisoners in the early weeks of the invasion. Following initial successes by the Allies on the first day of the operation, General Simons, the Corps commander, directed Worthington Force, an all-arms battle group centred around the Canadian 28th Armoured Regiment, to capture the strategically important Hill 195. However, during the night as Worthington Force advanced, it became disoriented and veered significantly off course. By morning, it had ended up 4 miles northeast of its intended objective, well beyond the effective range of artillery support. Before the Canadian command realised that Worthington Force had strayed from its target, the Germans responded swiftly and decisively. 2 combined arms units from the Hitlerjugend, SS battle groups Wünsche and Kraus, launched simultaneous attacks on Worthington Force from 3 directions. Led by 12 Panther tanks and 9 Tiger I tanks, the SS counterattack swiftly overwhelmed the isolated Canadian force in under 2 hours. The assault left behind numerous casualties and 28 burning tanks in the positions previously occupied by Worthington Force. During the Ardennes counter-offensive, the Waffen SS employed a cunning field improvisation involving the Panther tanks, under the command of SS Standartenführer Otto Skorzeny, a skilled special operations expert known for his daring exploits. the 150th Panzer Brigade undertook a daring mission. Approximately 13 specially modified Panthers were assigned to this brigade, each altered to resemble the American M10 tank destroyer. This transformation involved welding additional metal sheets onto the turrets and hulls of the Panthers, followed by repainting them in Allied winter camouflage schemes. The goal was to deceive the enemy and create confusion behind the American front lines, allowing for a rapid German advance beyond the River Meuse. Initially, the 150th Brigade managed to achieve some degree of tactical surprise, catching the Allies off guard with their disguised Panthers. However, as the Allies uncovered the ruse, the advantage quickly evaporated. Despite the initial success, the brigade faced formidable challenges. Not only did they lose all of their specially modified Panthers, but they also failed to significantly contribute to the German advance toward the River Meuse, highlighting the risks and limitations of such tactical deception in the heat of battle. The conclusion of the Ardennes counter-offensive did not bring any relief for the battle-weary Waffen SS units of the 6th SS Panzer Army. Following a brief respite and the receipt of newly produced Panthers, Hitler directed the 6th SS Panzer Army to Hungary to participate in the Spring Awakening Offensive starting on February 10, 1945. For instance, the Hitler-Jugend Division received 16 new Panther Model G tanks, increasing its strength to 44 Panzer V tanks. Engaging in 4 weeks of bitter and ultimately futile fighting against overwhelming Soviet forces in Hungary, the division suffered heavy losses, with 35 Panthers destroyed, leaving only 9 operational Panzer V tanks. The Panther V remained the primary weapon of Waffen SS Panzer units until the war's end. Consequently, it was fitting that small groups of SS Panthers, including those from the 11th SS Volunteer Panzergrenadier Division Nordland, took part in the final desperate defense of Berlin in April 1945. In one of the last actions involving Panthers during the war, the division's final 2 tanks led the attempt by the remaining encircled Berlin garrison to break free from Soviet captivity on May 2, 1945. Although both Panthers were destroyed in the effort, they played a crucial role in creating a small gap in the Soviet encirclement, allowing several hundred garrison troops to fight their way out west and surrender to the Americans. Following the failed offensive in Hungary, the Waffen SS units faced increasingly dire circumstances as the war neared its end. Despite their valour and tenacity, they were confronted with overwhelming Allied forces and dwindling resources. The Panther tanks, once formidable symbols of German armoured might, were now scarce commodities, yet they remained the backbone of SS Panzer units. As the conflict reached its climax, the Waffen SS found themselves entrenched in the heart of the crumbling Third Reich. In the final, desperate defense of Berlin, SS Panthers, alongside other German armour, faced relentless onslaughts from the advancing Soviet forces. The once powerful divisions were now mere shadows of their former selves, fighting fiercely but futilely against the overwhelming tide of the Red Army's advance. In the waning days of World War II, the 503rd SS Heavy Tank Battalion found itself stationed at training grounds in Germany, eagerly awaiting the arrival of new production King Tigers. By January 1945, the battalion had received 39 of these formidable tanks and was swiftly dispatched to central Poland in a desperate bid to bolster the crumbling German front against the relentless Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive. Despite the brutal efforts of the German army and Waffen SS, the inexorable march of defeat loomed large over the Third Reich. The grim reality facing both military units was the inevitability of German capitulation. The only uncertainty lay in the toll exacted before the inevitable surrender. Engaged in desperate defensive combat along the Reich's borders, the 503rd SS Heavy Tank Battalion faced overwhelming odds. By 20th March 1945, the battalion had been reduced to a mere 2 operational tanks, a stark testament to the ferocity of the fighting and the overwhelming strength of the advancing Soviet forces. Though reconstituted once more, the battalion met its final fate during the desperate German defense south of Berlin in late April 1945. March 22, 1945 marked another pivotal moment as Hitler committed the last reserve of King Tigers, the 502nd SS Battalion, with 31 tanks, to combat in Bohemia. This desperate measure aimed to bolster German efforts to fend off the impending Soviet onslaught on the Reich. However, despite the bravery and resilience of the 502nd SS Battalion and its sister battalions, the King Tigers proved unable to halt the inexorable advance of the Red Army. During the tumultuous period of 1945, the infamous Dirlewanger Brigade, also known as the SS Sturmbrigade Dirlewanger, met its demise in Germany. Composed predominantly of criminals and the mentally ill, this division was notorious for its extreme brutality, prompting even the Waffen SS High Command to urge restraint. This brutality stemmed from the dire need for manpower, leading to the inclusion of mentally ill and criminal individuals who unleashed havoc upon civilian populations. In February 1945, plans to expand the brigade into a division were underway, but it was redirected north to the Oder-Neisse line to counter the Soviet advance. Renamed as the 36th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS on February 14, 1945, it consisted of approximately 4,000 men with additional army units attached. Despite efforts to resist, the division was ultimately pushed northeastward by the final Soviet offensive starting April 16, 1945. This division would kill thousands of innocent people a year prior in Poland. Some stuff is so graphic I can't even say on here, but anyway, on April 17th, Dirlewanger, the division's leader, sustained severe injuries for the 12th time and was evacuated from the front lines. In his absence, Schmedes assumed command, but desertions surged, and by April 25, attempts to reorganize the division revealed its near collapse. Subsequently, on April 28, 1945, SS Sturmbannführer Ewald Ehlers, commander of the 73rd Waffen Grenadier Regiment of the SS, was executed by his own men on corruption charges. By May 1, 1945, the remaining unit was decimated by Soviet forces in the Halbe Pocket, with only a small group managing to evade capture and retreat towards the US Army lines at the Elbe River. Schmedes and his staff surrendered to the Americans on May 3rd. Approximately 700 men from the division survived the war. In June 1945, Dirlewanger was apprehended by French forces in Germany and met his demise in custody by June 8th, purportedly due to being assaulted by Polish soldiers in Altshausen. As the last phases of the war unfolded, the German High Command found themselves in a dire predicament. Elite formations such as Totenkopf, Viking, LSSAH and Das Reich were severely depleted in strength and not operating at full capacity. In the final battles, particularly in Berlin, the situation became so desperate that the command had to rely on French, Latvian and other multinational SS formations to defend the city of Berlin at all costs. Meanwhile, LSSAH and other main formations were engaged in frantic battles across Vienna, fiercely contesting against large Soviet formations in harsh defensive struggles. The pressure on the German forces was immense, with every available unit stretched to its limits in a desperate attempt to hold back the advancing Allied forces. Despite their determination, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Allied armies ultimately proved insurmountable for the beleaguered German defenders. One of the last recipients of the prestigious Knight's Cross during World War II was SS Willy Hund, a distinguished member of the Nordland Division. On April 20, 1945, Hund became one of the final Germans to be honoured with this esteemed award. Hund's commendation was the culmination of his exceptional 63 days of continuous close combat. His unwavering bravery and dedication were recognised with the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords. Hund's valorous actions actions took place alongside Norwegian troops as they defended Berlin to the last man. Throughout the intense urban warfare of the final battles, Hund demonstrated remarkable leadership and courage. He commanded Norwegian panzer grenadiers with distinction, playing a pivotal role in the defense of the city. In summary, the period from 1940 to 1942 marked the zenith of the Waffen SS's effectiveness, showcasing their prowess through innovative tactics and combat readiness. Despite initial setbacks, such as their performance in Poland, their subsequent campaigns highlighted their ability to adapt and excel in various combat scenarios. However, the turning point came around 1943, particularly following the Battle of Kursk, where their capabilities began to wane in the face of stiffening opposition and evolving battlefield conditions and the vast new volunteers into the SS. Nevertheless, delving deep into the intricacies of their combat capability and performance is crucial. It not only provides valuable insights into the complexities of warfare, but also offers lessons for contemporary and future military strategies. While the Waffen SS may have faced decline in the later stages of the war, their motorized formations laid the groundwork for numerous modern military doctrines and tactics. It is important to acknowledge the broader historical context within which the Waffen SS operated, considering the ethical implications and the enduring legacy of their crimes and actions. By critically examining their successes and failures, we gain a more nuanced understanding of the complexities of armed conflict and the human experience within it. In essence, while the Waffen SS's performance may have varied over time, their impact on military history is undeniable. As we continue to study and analyze their contributions, we uncover valuable lessons that resonate far beyond the confines of World War II, shaping the future of warfare and strategic thinking worldwide. Das Reich will go down in history as Germany's most decorated division throughout the entire war, boasting an unparalleled reputation for stability and consistency in its combat records within the Third Reich, renowned for its unwavering dedication to duty and exceptional performance on the battlefield. This division earned a plethora of decorations, solidifying its status as a symbol of German military prowess. Throughout the challenging and tumultuous periods of conflict, Das Reich exhibited remarkable resilience, demonstrating its ability to maintain a steady and reliable presence on various fronts. The division's consistent combat achievements became a testament to the disciplined training, strategic brilliance, and unwavering commitment of its soldiers. Not only did Das Reich accumulate a remarkable number of individual and unit commendations, but it also consistently played a pivotal role in critical battles and campaigns, earning the respect of both allies and adversaries alike. Its soldiers became synonymous with courage, tenacity, and a relentless pursuit of victory. As the war unfolded, Das Reich's reputation continued to soar, with its commanders and soldiers proving their mettle in diverse and challenging environments. This division became a symbol of the Third Reich's military might, showcasing the formidable capabilities and determination that characterized Germany's armed forces during this tumultuous period. Adolf Hitler made a strategic decision that would significantly shape the course of the Waffen SS. He placed two key units, the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSSAH, later renamed the SS Division Leibstandarte and the SS Verfügungstruppe, under the operational command of the High Command of the German Army. This move was a reflection of Hitler's desire to consolidate power and create a unified front within the German military. However, the effectiveness of the SSVT during the subsequent invasion of Poland became a subject of scrutiny. Doubts arose regarding their combat capabilities, prompting discussions on the role and structure of the Waffen SS. Heinrich Himmler, a prominent figure within the SS, passionately advocated for the autonomy of the SSVT, arguing that it should fight in its own formations under its own commanders. In contrast, the OKW, the German Armed Forces High Command, pushed for the complete disbandment of the SSVT, questioning its overall contribution to military objectives. Caught in the middle of conflicting opinions, Hitler faced a delicate dilemma. Unwilling to upset either the established military hierarchy or Heinrich Himmler, who wielded significant influence, Hitler opted for a compromise. He issued a directive that allowed the SSVT to form its own divisions, but with a crucial caveat. These divisions would operate under the command of the German army. This decision sought to strike a balance between maintaining unity within the German military and appeasing the ambitions of the SS. As the SSVT transitioned into forming its own divisions, one notable division that emerged during this period was the Der Führer Regiment, or the SS Das Reich. This division, part of the Waffen SS, would go on to play a significant role in various campaigns. Renowned for its elite status, Das Reich became emblematic of the formidable but controversial nature of the Waffen SS within the broader context of World War II. The division's involvement in key military operations and also committing heinous crimes, but they showcased both its military prowess and the ongoing complexities surrounding the relationship between the regular army and the SS during this critical period in history. In October 1939, a significant development unfolded within the SS Verfügungstruppe. The regiments Deutschland, Germania and Der Führer were consolidated to form the SS Verfügungsdivision, with one of the most notable German commanders, Paul Hauser. Hauser, born in Brandenburg and a Havel to a Prussian military family, had a significant military upbringing with his father, Kurt Hauser, serving as a major in the Imperial German Army. Paul Hauser commenced his military journey in 1892, attending the cadet school in Köslin until 1896. Subsequently, he pursued further education at the Cadet Academy Berlin-Lichterfelde, successfully graduating in 1899. Upon receiving his commission as a lieutenant on March 20, 1899, Hauser was stationed at Ostrowo in Posen with Infantry Regiment 155. His dedication and skills were evident as he assumed the role of adjutant for the regiment's 2nd Battalion on October 1, 1903, serving in this capacity for 5 years until October 1908. Recognized for his military prowess, Hauser enrolled in the Prussian Military Academy in Berlin in October 1908, completing his studies and graduating on July 21, 1911. Throughout the First World War and beyond, from 1912 onward, he held various general staff assignments contributing to the significantly downsized post-war German army, known as the Reichswehr, where he attained the rank of colonel by 1927. Hauser's extensive military background and strategic contributions marked his notable career in service to Germany. On February 1, 1931, Hauser achieved the rank of Major General, marking a significant milestone in his military career. Following this accomplishment, he decided to retire from the Reichswehr on January 31, 1932, holding the distinguished rank of Lieutenant General at the time of his departure. Transitioning into civilian life, Hauser took an active role in the Stahlhelm organization, a right-wing group composed of World War I veterans. In 1933, he assumed leadership as the head of its Brandenburg-Berlin chapter. However, as political landscapes evolved, Stahlhelm merged with the SA Sturmabteilung, and subsequently, with the decline of the SA, it became integrated into the SS Schutzstaffel. In November 1934, Hauser underwent a significant shift in his military allegiance, transferring to the SS Verfügungstruppe and being assigned to SS Führerschule Braunschweig. His involvement in the SS continued to progress, as in 1935 he assumed the role of Inspector of SS Junkerschule and earned a promotion to the rank of Brigadeführer in 1936. These developments marked a notable phase in Hauser's post-military career as he embraced new responsibilities within the SS organization. Following these organizational changes in October 1939, the SSVT and the LSSAH actively engaged in intensive combat training. Operating under the command of the German army, both units underwent rigorous preparations for the impending military campaign known as Fall Gelb. This strategic initiative aimed to orchestrate the invasion against the Low Countries and France in 1940. During this crucial training phase, the collaboration between the Waffen SS and the regular army reached a pinnacle. The joint efforts under army commands were a testament to the growing integration of the SS-VT and the LSS-AH into broader military strategies. The meticulous preparation and coordination were essential to ensure the seamless cooperation of these elite SS units alongside the German army during the upcoming large-scale offensive. The involvement of the SS-VT and the LSS-AH in combat training marked a pivotal period in their operational history. The rigorous exercises and maneuvers undertaken by the SS-VT, particularly in its formative years, played a foundational role in refining the combat capabilities of this elite paramilitary organization. The emphasis on physical fitness, marksmanship, tactical proficiency, and ideological commitment within the SS-VT's training regimens laid the groundwork for the creation of a highly disciplined and skilled fighting force. The training experience of the SS-VT was characterized by intensive physical conditioning, extensive marksmanship training, and tactical proficiency drills. These elements were designed not only to develop individual skills, but also to foster a sense of unit cohesion and shared purpose among the SS-VT members. This period of rigorous preparation formed the backbone of the later Waffen SS divisions. As Fall Gelb loomed on the horizon, the combat-ready SS-VT and LSS-AH units stood poised to make a significant impact in the theatres of the Low Countries and France. The coordinated efforts forged during this training period would soon be put to the ultimate test, shaping the narrative of the Waffen SS's contribution to the unfolding events of World War II. In May 1940, the Der Führer Regiment undertook a pivotal role in the unfolding events near the Dutch border, as the division bided its time in Münster, anticipating the order to invade the Netherlands. The Der Führer Regiment was strategically detached and relocated closer to the Dutch frontier. The stage was set for a momentous ground invasion, commencing on the 10th of May. During this intense campaign, the regiment, alongside the renowned LSS-AH, played a crucial role in the Dutch invasion. Oberscharführer Ludwig Keplinger, a non-commissioned officer in the Führer's 3rd Battalion, etched his name in history as the first ever Waffen SS recipient of the Knight's Cross. Keplinger displayed exceptional courage during the assault across the Dutch border at Elten and the battalion's crossing over the IJssel near Arnhem. Leading just 2 men, Keplinger climbed over the demolished IJssel bridge with the objective of seizing the heavily fortified village of Westervoort, bristling with machine guns. Despite facing intense fire during the river crossing, Keplinger's determination led to a daring charge, utilizing all available cover, resulting in the successful entry into the village. A fierce battle ensued between Keplinger's 3-man team and the 90-man garrison. Through a relentless disregard for his own safety, Keplinger managed to force the surrender of Westervoort section by section. His remarkable soldierly courage, rarely surpassed on the battlefield, was evident in this operation. By 10 AM, Westervoort was under the control of the 3 SS men, overcoming the heavily armed villagers who had previously held a seemingly impenetrable position. Notably, there was no preparatory barrage or artillery support during the attack, and without the ability to request such assistance, success seemed improbable. Yet Keplinger's leadership qualities defied the odds. 1 hour later, the 3rd Armed Battalion crossed the IJssel in force with Westervoort in their possession. The main strongpoint of the line had fallen into the hands of the 3 SS men, making the subsequent crossing of rubber boats, supported by artillery, against the remaining Westervoort positions only a matter of time. Without control of Westervoort, an attack across the IJssel by the Bataillon could have resulted in significant casualties. Keplinger's role as the leader of this operation rightfully earns him the title of the bravest NCO in the regiment. The regiment acknowledges the heroic achievement of these 3 SS men for achieving a breakthrough across the IJssel in a manner deemed impossible. In subsequent battles leading to the Gräber position, Keplinger continued to distinguish himself as a Zugführer. Despite sustaining multiple wounds, he chose to remain on the battlefield, leading his Zug until fainting due to significant blood loss. After relinquishing command, he was promptly transported to the field hospital. Overall, undeterred by the challenges, the regiment, the Führer, showcased its unparalleled fighting prowess. Pushing beyond Utrecht, the forces stormed through Amsterdam, advancing steadfastly to Zandvoort along the coast. The individual SSVT units forging a united front converged at Marienburg. As a cohesive division, they embarked on a relentless western march, determined to crush the Dutch resistance entrenched in Walcheren. The Dutch defenders, strategically positioned with artillery support and naval forces off the coast, presented a formidable challenge. The regiment Germany took the lead in the assault, facing severe casualties in the fierce encounter. Despite the valiant efforts, the battle culminated not in a triumphant German assault but in a tactical Dutch retreat. The formidable defensive position and resilient resistance on Walcheren proved to be a formidable obstacle, leading to a strategic shift in the course of the campaign. As a result, the SS der Führer, or Das Reich, demonstrated exceptional performance during its inaugural operation in the Netherlands. The unit's proficiency and strategic fighting with the army on the battlefield showed us its formidable capabilities. As the SS der Führer looks ahead to its next engagement, the stage is set for a challenging and important campaign in France. The momentum gained from its successful Dutch operation positions the division as a formidable force, ready to face the complexities of the upcoming conflict on the French front. The expectations are high, and the SS der Führer is poised to exhibit further excellence and effectiveness in the impending battles that lie ahead. On the fateful day of May 22, 1940, the SSVT division embarked on a critical mission, surging towards the strategic destination of Calais. As they advanced through the darkened landscapes, the echoes of impending conflict reverberated in the air. A night camp en route became the setting for a fierce encounter when French units, determined to break free from the encircling Dunkirk pocket, launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting SS soldiers. In the cover of darkness, the clash erupted, marking an intense fight in the unfolding drama of World War II. The intensity of the skirmish was the desperation of the French forces seeking an escape route from the tightening grip of the Dunkirk ring. The battle was arduous, testing the mettle of both sides as they grappled for control in the shadows of the night. Undeterred by the unexpected assault, the SSVT division fought on. Despite the ferocity of the French offensive, the disciplined Das Reich soldiers stood their ground, turning the tide of the confrontation. With tenacity and strategic acumen, the SSVT regained the initiative, altering the course of the engagement. On May 24th, the renowned Leibstandarte division, in conjunction with the SSVT division aka Das Reich, assumed a critical role in the defence and containment strategy around Dunkirk. Their mission was clear: to secure the perimeter and diminish the size of the pocket enveloping the besieged British Expeditionary Force and French troops. During this crucial operation, a daring patrol from the SSVT division undertook the perilous crossing of the canal at Saint-Venant, only to face the formidable resistance of British armour. The initial attempt resulted in the destruction of the SSVT patrol, highlighting the difficult challenge posed by the well-equipped British forces. Undeterred by the setback, the SSVT division swiftly mobilised a larger force to cross the canal, successfully establishing a strategic bridgehead at Saint-Venant, positioned approximately 30 miles from the besieged Dunkirk. This bold maneuver not only showcased the division's adaptability and resilience, but also marked a significant step in the broader effort to contain and control the situation around Dunkirk. The creation of the bridgehead at Saint-Venant became a focal point in the complex chess game unfolding in the Dunkirk theatre. It demonstrated the SSVT division's ability to adapt to changing circumstances and press forward in the face of adversity. The stage was set for further engagements, shaping the course of events in this critical chapter of the fight for France. The narrative unfolded rapidly on the subsequent day as British forces launched a counter-offensive against Saint-Venant, compelling the SSVT division to strategically retreat and yield ground in the face of the resolute opposition. The ebb and flow of the battle highlighted the dynamic nature of the conflict, with each side vying for control over the strategic location. However, the setback was but a momentary pause in the German advance. On May 26, the relentless momentum of the German forces resumed. By May 27th, Regiment Deutschland, a formidable component of the SSVT division, had arrived at the Allied defensive line situated along the Lyre River in Merville. They swiftly carved a bridgehead across the river, securing a crucial foothold in the ongoing campaign. The strategic importance of this achievement was further emphasized as Regiment Deutschland awaited the arrival of the SS Division Totenkopf. This collaboration aimed to fortify their position and cover the flank, creating a formidable united front against the Allied forces. The synchronized efforts of these elite SS divisions show the first coordinated and strategic approach employed by the German forces during this pivotal phase of the war. But things were not going to be this smooth. A critical juncture emerged when a unit of British tanks, swift and formidable, arrived first on the scene. Their advance posed a severe threat to the SSVT division's position, breaching the defences and penetrating deep into their lines. In the face of this sudden and perilous development, the SSVT managed to hold the ground, steadfastly holding the positions against the onslaught of British tank forces. The intensity of the struggle reached a very close call when the British tanks advanced to within a mere 15 feet of Commander Felix Steiner's position. The situation teetered on the brink of disaster for the SSVT until the timely intervention of the Totenkopf Panzerjäger platoon. Their arrival marked a crucial turning point, preventing the potential destruction of the regiment and ensuring the preservation of the hard-won bridgehead. The Totenkopf Panzerjäger's swift and effective response shows the importance of coordinated and timely support in the heat of battle. By May 30th, the relentless German advance had pushed the majority of the remaining Allied forces back into the confines of Dunkirk. The evacuation of these beleaguered troops by sea to England marked the end of a chapter in the Dunkirk campaign. With this success under their belt, the SSVT division seamlessly transitioned to the next phase of their wartime duties, actively participating in the drive towards Paris. On June 1st, recognising the need to regroup and prepare for the second phase of the campaign, the SSVT division was withdrawn from the front line. This brief respite allowed the division to reorganise its forces and gear up for the impending second phase of the Battle of France. Just 4 days later, the SSVT initiated the second chapter of the campaign by heading south through Orléans and subsequently occupying Angoulême. In this subsequent phase, the division found itself primarily engaged in the meticulous task of clearing and securing areas previously overrun by retreating French troops. This operation continued until the armistice was declared on June 25th. Remarkably, the SS soldiers exhibited both efficiency and great coordination, capturing over 30,000 prisoners at the cost of fewer than 35 men lost in action. The valour and effectiveness displayed by the SSVT division during this phase of the Battle of France did not go unnoticed. Several members of the SS Verfügungs division were duly honoured with the Knight's Cross. In June 1940, the SSVT division underwent a strategic relocation to occupied Holland, where it remained for several months in anticipation of Operation Sea Lion, the ambitious plan for the invasion of Great Britain. However, as Operation Sea Lion was indefinitely postponed, the division shifted back to France, marking a period of transition and adaptation. During this interlude, the division experienced the departure of some of its most seasoned members, who played a crucial role in forming the core of the newly established SS Viking division. This transfer of expertise highlighted the dynamic nature of military units during this phase. In December 1940, a significant reorganization took place as the entire Germania Regiment was withdrawn. In its stead, the SS Totenkopf Infantry Regiment 11 assumed the role, signaling a restructuring within the division's ranks. By the end of the month, a notable transformation was formalized as the division underwent an official renaming, becoming the SS Division Reich, or Das Reich. This renaming reflected the evolving nature of the division's mission and its symbolic alignment with the broader goals of the German war effort. The SS Division Reich maintained its presence in France until March 1941, at which point it underwent a significant relocation to the Balkans. In the ensuing Balkans campaign, the division played a major role in the invasion of Yugoslavia. Notably, a small but daring motorcycle reconnaissance unit comprised of merely 10 men under the command of SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg. On the morning of April 12, 1941, SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg and his motorcycle assault company approached Belgrade from Pančevo along the Danube River's bank. Despite Klingenberg's eagerness to enter the city, the swollen river and the absence of usable bridges posed a significant obstacle, especially given the lack of bridging equipment or rafts within the motorcycle assault company. Undeterred, Klingenberg's resourceful men discovered a motor launch on the north bank of the Danube. With one platoon leader, 2 sergeants and 5 privates, Klingenberg embarked on a daring crossing of the Danube. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he dispatched 2 men back for reinforcements, proceeding with the remaining 6 into downtown Belgrade. Upon entering the city, Klingenberg's group encountered a contingent of 20 Yugoslavian soldiers who, without resistance, surrendered to the Germans. Subsequently, a convoy of military vehicles approached, resulting in a brief skirmish that ended with the Germans capturing the vehicles. Now motorized, the assault group set its sights on the Yugoslavian War Ministry. However, upon arrival, they found the building abandoned, likely evacuated during the earlier Luftwaffe bombardment. With no military command left in Belgrade, Klingenberg redirected his efforts to the German embassy, which had remained operational. Unfurling a large swastika, the Germans symbolically raised it over the embassy to proclaim the city's capture. 2 hours later, the mayor of Belgrade arrived at the embassy, formally surrendering the city to Klingenberg. It wasn't until the following day that a substantial German force arrived to secure the city. For his instrumental role in capturing Belgrade under such challenging circumstances, SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg was honoured with the Knight's Cross, recognising his exceptional leadership and bravery during this daring and successful operation. It is insane how one man and a very small group made the entire country surrender. This is another example of how this Das Reich was on the finest and decorated division of the entire war. As it turns out, when the mayor arrived to talk with Klingenberg, Klingenberg employed a strategic bluff when dealing with the mayor, convincingly portraying himself as the commander of a formidable army positioned just outside the city limits. In a clever ruse, he asserted that this sizable force was poised to receive his orders for an imminent air raid on Belgrade before launching a full-scale assault. This fabricated narrative, coupled with the apparent threat of impending bombardment, effectively coerced the mayor into surrendering the Yugoslav capital, and that is how one man made the capital capitulate. Following its success in Yugoslavia, the Division Das Reich set its sights on a monumental and pivotal endeavour, the invasion of the Soviet Union. At the outset of Operation Barbarossa, the division became an integral part of Army Group Center, led by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, as they launched a colossal offensive against the nation. Unlike some units in the initial wave of the invasion, the SS Reich Division did not participate immediately. When it eventually entered the fray in the invasion of the Soviet Union, Union, it encountered significant challenges. The progress of the division was hindered by the poor conditions of the roads, which were not only in disrepair but also overwhelmed with congestion. This logistical bottleneck slowed the advance of the division as it navigated through the difficult terrain, reflecting the immense challenges faced by the German forces during the early stages of the Eastern Front campaign. The Division das Reich experienced its first ever combat with the Soviets on June 28, 1941, with a significant engagement in Stasica. During this operation, the division successfully expelled Russian troops from the area. However, the triumph was nearly overshadowed by the perilous situation faced by the advancing German forces. An impending enemy Soviet counterattack threatened to cut off the forward units from the main force. In the face of this imminent danger, the division's advanced troops found themselves in a precarious position. The timely arrival of reinforcements saved the division, averting potential disaster and preventing the encirclement of the German forces. This episode shows the volatile and unpredictable nature of the Eastern Front, where swift and well-coordinated counterattacks by the Soviet forces posed continuous challenges to the German advance, especially to the elite divisions. Following its initial engagement, the SS Division Reich continued its advance into the heart of Russia. Negotiating the challenging terrain, the division crossed the formidable Berezina River, navigating through the notorious Pripyat swamps on its way to Mogilev and Smolensk. The troops exhibited resilience and determination as they seized Yelenia, steadfastly holding it against vigorous counterattacks from the determined Soviet forces. As of August 8th, recognizing the strain on the division, it was temporarily relieved from active duty to undergo a much-needed period of rest and re-equipment. This strategic decision aimed to ensure the physical and material readiness of the SS Division Reich for the ongoing and future challenges of the Eastern Front campaign. The respite near Smolensk provided an opportunity for the division to regroup, replenish its resources, and prepare for the demanding battles that lay ahead in the vast expanse of the Soviet Union. In September, the SS Division das Reich once more found itself at the forefront of the Eastern Front, actively participating in the advance that led to the capture of Sosnitsa. This strategic achievement played a crucial role in closing the infamous Kiev Pocket, a momentous event in the historical context of World War II. The SS Division Reich, with its disciplined and battle-hardened troops, demonstrated exceptional prowess during the fighting in and around Sosnitsa. Engaging in intense and fierce combat, the division contributed significantly to the successful closure of the Kiev Pocket. This monumental operation resulted in the capture of an astounding 665,000 Red Army soldiers, marking one of the largest mass surrenders in the military history. After a brief respite and the reinforcement of losses, the SS Division Reich played a substantial role in Operation Typhoon, the ambitious advance towards Moscow. To the German High Command, this war could be over very soon. A strike on the capital was now imminent, commencing on October 19th. The division's involvement in this critical offensive marked a big moment in the Eastern Front campaign during World War II. The division faced significant challenges during Operation Typhoon, particularly in the aftermath of the capture of Gzhazg along the railway line to Moscow. The strategic importance of this location demanded a robust defense against fierce and relentless counterattacks from the determined Soviet forces. Undeterred, the SS Division Reich pressed forward in the harsh winter conditions, capturing key objectives such as Mozyask and Istra. By early December, elements of the division had advanced as far as Lenino, a suburb of Moscow. From this vantage point, the soldiers beheld the unmistakable dome-shaped roofs of the Kremlin, symbolizing the proximity of their forces to the heart of the Soviet capital. However, the formidable force of General Winter had now manifested itself in full strength, posing a massive challenge for the German forces. Despite the considerable losses suffered by the SS Division das Reich and the exhaustion of the German offensive's momentum, the undying determination of the Red Army soldiers to defend their capital, combined with the harsh winter conditions, prompted a shift from the German advance to a defensive stance. Moscow, seemingly within grasp, remained elusive as the German troops were compelled to transition from the offensive. Units of the SS Division Reich found themselves approximately 10 miles from the city centre itself, their advance halted by the combined impact of the harsh winter and fierce resistance from the determined Soviet defenders. The toll on the division was heavy, with only 40% of its original combat strength said to have survived at that point. Heavy battles underway. The Soviets were smashing the lines so hard that the Germans had to retreat. Das Reich suffered, and this was the first time Das Reich would be fighting in house to house while holding villages around the Moscow sector. This marked a very important turning point in the Eastern Front campaign, with Moscow symbolizing the ultimate objective that remained just out of reach. The brutal winter conditions, coupled with the resilience of the Red Army, had shifted the dynamics of the conflict, setting the stage for a protracted and challenging defensive struggle for the German forces on the Eastern Front. The debilitated SS Division Reich found itself vulnerable to intense Russian assaults as the Red Army initiated its winter counter-offensive. The Führer Regiment, a once formidable and elite unit, now comprised fewer than 50 frontline soldiers. Despite their exhaustion, these resilient soldiers clung to the ground under the relentless pressure of Russian attacks. Eventually, the division, barely holding its ground, had no choice but to retreat to the region of Gachatsk and Vyazma. The division mounted counter-attacks in January and March 1942. Launching these operations from north of Sikevka, the division aimed to regain control and close the gap southwest of the city of Varzev. This marked a period of active engagement as the division sought to reclaim lost ground and confront the challenges posed by the harsh Russian winter and the formidable Red Army. By the end of February, the SS Division Reich existed in name only, reduced to a combat group. Engaging in intense fighting along the Volga from March to April, the division steadfastly held its positions against relentless enemy pressure. Only when the intensity of the opposition finally subsided were the remnants of the division afforded a much-needed respite. Following this period of rest, the division was ultimately withdrawn from the Eastern Front. It underwent a transformative shift as it was relocated to Germany and reconfigured into a Panzer Grenadier division. Despite this reclassification, the division retained a structure and equipment that closely resembled a fully fledged tank division. This adaptation reflected the fluidity of wartime divisions, adjusting to the evolving needs and challenges of the conflict on the Eastern Front. The SS Division Reich's journey so far shows us both the resilience of its forces and the strategic adaptability required for sustained engagement in the complex and dynamic theatre of war. From August 1942 to January 1943, the SS Panzer Grenadier Division Das Reich underwent a deployment in France, primarily assigned to occupation service duties. During this period, the division played an active role in the occupation of Vichy, France, a significant event that unfolded in November 1942. As part of the occupation forces, the division was involved in maintaining control, enforcing policies, and overseeing the administration of the occupied territories. This period of service in France marked a shift in the division's operational focus, transitioning from the intense and dynamic Eastern Front to the responsibilities associated with occupying and governing conquered territories. After undergoing reorganization into the SS Panzer Grenadier Division Das Reich, essentially transforming into a fully fledged panzer division, the unit was redeployed to the Eastern Front. The division found itself immediately thrust into intense combat, defending the strategic city of Kharkov. The offensive commenced on February 19th as the SS Das Reich initiated a southward push from their positions near Poltava, seizing Novomoskovsk on the Samara River by February 20th. Swiftly advancing, they approached Pavlograd the next day, posing a threat to the Soviet flank and effectively isolating a substantial number of Soviet troops south of the Samara. The division not only decimated additional Soviet units but also forced the remaining forces to retreat northward, crossing the Samara River. Simultaneously, the SS Totenkopf, newly deployed to the front, shadowed the SS Das Reich along a parallel course to the left, maintaining a position north of the Samara. On February 23rd, both divisions executed a coordinated eastward turn. Facing dwindling fuel and supplies, the Soviet forces persisted in tenacious defense, although some infantry units were holding on precariously. SS Das Reich, engaging in intense street fighting, secured Lozovaya on February 26th. 2 days later, the 17th Panzer Division captured Petrovskoye. In a desperate attempt, the remnants of Mobile Group Popov and units of the 1st Guards Army made a stand against the 1 Panzer Army near Barvenkoyo, resulting in the Soviet forces being decisively defeated. The strategic plan unfolded as SS Das Reich attacked from the west, SS Leibstandarte advanced from the north, and SS Totenkopf screened the northwest. Kampfgruppes were formed, each assigned a specific road for their assault. Kampfgruppe Hamel encountered fierce resistance along its route but managed to reach the Kharkov suburb of Zalutino by 1600. At this point, they faced a significant obstacle, an anti-tank ditch covered by anti-tank guns and artillery. Meanwhile, the rest of Das Reich, situated to the south of Kharkov, severed the Soviets from the Marefa road. In the tumultuous battle of Kharkov, the combat unfolded with unparalleled intensity, each street witnessing a brutal and bloody struggle. Advancing methodically, Das Reich gained a decisive upper hand, systematically overcoming the Soviet defences. The once resilient Soviet line succumbed, paving the way for a relentless onslaught by Das Reich forces. Amidst the harsh and tumultuous terrain, the entire cityscape was shrouded in smoke, reflecting the ferocity of the conflict. Das Reich's tanks spearheaded the assault, with grenadiers methodically clearing Soviet positions. House by house, it was intense. Amidst the battle, Hauser, receiving orders from Hoth, faced a critical decision. Although directed to detach Das Reich from the Kharkov assault and redirect the division northeast, Hauser argued that the risk of breaking off mid-battle was too high, and delays in the heavily forested areas to the north were too prolonged. Instead, he opted to send a detachment from Totenkopf to cover the northeast. By late afternoon, the entirety of Das Reich had departed Kharkov for the north, with only SS Sturmbannführer Bissinger's IE battalion of SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment Deutschland persisting in sweeping through the southwest of the city, encountering minimal resistance. While there remained substantial cleanup operations, the German offensive persisted. On March 15th, fighting erupted in the factory district southeast of the city, and Kampfgruppe Kum of Das Reich assaulted the massive tractor factory complex from the south, successfully clearing it of resistance by March 16th. For outstanding leadership of the 2nd Panzer Company of Das Reich during this period, Christian Teixen was awarded the Knight's Cross on the 31st, a distinction also bestowed upon Karl-Heinz Werthmann. In April, Osthoff Karl-Heinz Lorenz, recognized with the German Cross in gold as the commander of the 2nd Panzer Company, joined the staff of the 2nd Panzer Abteilung. Simultaneously, Stuff Herbert Zimmermann assumed command of the Tiger Company. Werthmann's promotion to Untersturmführer Ustuff marked his appointment as the commander of the 6th Panzer Company. Meanwhile, Klokowski transitioned to the 7th Panzer Company, taking on the role of its 3rd platoon leader. This triumph marked a pivotal moment for the Waffen SS, achieving even greater significance with the successful recapture of Belgorod. The satisfaction derived from this accomplishment was heightened by its distinction as Hitler's most substantial victory in quite some time. Notably, this triumph served as the catalyst for the subsequent and swift expansion of the Waffen SS, witnessing the establishment of numerous new divisions that would further bolster their military prowess. The recapture of Belgorod not only secured a strategic stronghold, but also solidified the Waffen SS's influence, setting the stage for an era of remarkable growth and heightened operational capabilities. From April to the onset of July 1943, the soldiers of the Das Reich Division underwent a period of recovery before being thrust back into the intense theatre of the Battle of Kursk. Operating as a vital component of the SS-2 Tank Corps under the command of General Hoth's 4th Army, Das Reich executed a strategic invasion into the southern portion of the front bulge, effectively safeguarding the right flank of the corps. However, the operational landscape proved challenging as torrential rains had transformed the roads into virtually impassable mud tracks. This adverse condition compelled the Panzergrenadiers of Das Reich to forge ahead without crucial tank support, exposing them to the rigours of fierce close combat. Despite these obstacles, the strategic deployment of Stukas played a pivotal role in assisting Das Reich in achieving its initial operational objectives, particularly securing the town of Berezov and its commanding heights. This phase of the campaign highlighted the division's resilience and adaptability in the face of challenging environmental conditions as they navigated through muddy terrains and engaged in intense combat to fulfill their military objectives. Nevertheless, the resolve of Russian resistance intensified swiftly, subjecting the SS soldiers to artillery barrages and airstrikes from enemy aircraft. In the face of such staunch opposition, Das Reich pressed forward with remarkable progress. However, the division, particularly at Prokhorovka, faced a formidable Soviet counterattack that challenged their gains. Undeterred, Das Reich tenaciously held its ground against the adversary, fortified by the support of General von Richthofen's Ju-87 tank busters. Collaborating with fellow Waffen SS divisions within the 2nd SS Tank Corps, they successfully neutralized over 300 enemy tanks. Despite overcoming the initial counterattack, Das Reich's advance persisted, culminating in their involvement in the renowned tank battle in the hills surrounding Prokhorovka on July 12th. Subsequent days witnessed a grueling attrition battle, with both sides grappling for supremacy but experiencing minimal gains in terrain. The toll on human lives and tanks was severe on both fronts, yet the Red Army's capacity to replace losses contrasted sharply with the Waffen SS divisions, especially Das Reich, which did not enjoy such replenishment luxuries. In this protracted engagement, the Russian losses, though greater than those incurred by the Germans, were offset by their ability to replenish their forces. Conversely, the Waffen SS divisions, including Das Reich, faced the grim reality of sustaining their operations with diminishing resources, illustrating the challenging dynamics of the battlefield. After a hell of a fierce fight, Das Reich was ordered to fall back immediately. Following the Allied invasion of Sicily, the demand for German divisions in the west prompted a shift in strategy, prompting Das Reich to transition from an offensive to a defensive stance. Throughout the latter half of 1943, the division found itself engaged in numerous intense battles along the Mius River, once again tasked with the defense of cities it had previously conquered. Battles were very hard, outnumbered most of the time. It was becoming a fight of attrition for Das Reich, but still performing very well. By mid-July, Das Reich relocated from the area west of Belgorod. Subsequent to this move, counterattacks and defensive struggles ensued along the Mius-Donez region, followed by engagements near Stepanovka and Marinoka in the vicinity of Stalino. The months of August and September 1943 witnessed a continuation of defensive operations, counter-attacks, and battles in the Kharkov and Poltava areas. The division's responsibilities extended to a strategic retreat over the Dnieper River, where they faced further counterattacks and defensive encounters in the Dnieper-Bo region. Over a span of 5 months, Das Reich experienced a relentless series of setbacks, reaching its nadir with the significant loss of Kiev in November. As 1943 drew to a close, the division found itself reduced to the strength of a combat group. Consequently, in an effort to regroup and re-equip, the initial elements of Das Reich were transported to France. By the conclusion of April 1944, the entirety of the division had been withdrawn from the Eastern Front, marking a strategic shift in focus and the commencement of a period dedicated to recovery and reorganization in preparation for future engagements. As of October 22, 1943, the division underwent a transformation, being redesignated as the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich and subsequently re-equipped and replenished in southern France. Notably, during the spring of 1944, the 1st Panzerabteilung tank detachment underwent a significant upgrade, transitioning to Panzer V Panther tanks. Simultaneously, the Heavy Panzer Company underwent a restructuring, emerging as the formidable Heavy Panzerabteilung 101 equipped with Tiger tanks. Moreover, advancements in firepower were witnessed within the Panzer Artillery Regiment 2R, which now incorporated self-propelled howitzers into its arsenal. This period of reorganization and modernization signified the division's commitment to adapting to evolving battlefield dynamics and enhancing its combat capabilities. While stationed in southern France, the forces of the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich found themselves occasionally engaged in anti-partisan operations. Shaped by the harsh realities of prolonged combat experience on the Eastern Front, the troops harboured a reluctance to tolerate losses at the hands of the French resistance, often communist partisans. The response to any harm inflicted on German personnel or damage to vehicles was frequently marked by a brutal and unforgiving retaliation, reflecting the battle-hardened mindset of the division, which had endured the harsh conditions of warfare in the East, but I will go more into this later in the video. Upon the Allied landing in Normandy on June 6, 1944, the division received orders to relocate from its stationed area near Bordeaux to the front lines. This journey was marred by frequent acts of sabotage and raids, eliciting a furious response from the SS troops. In a grim reprisal for the death of approximately 40 German soldiers, 99 civilians in Tulle fell victim to execution by the enraged SS forces. The abduction of SS Sturmbannführer Helmut Kampfer, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the regiment Der Führer, by the resistance marked a turning point. This event triggered the horrifying destruction of the tranquil town of Oradour-sur-Glane near Limoges, resulting in the ruthless murder of 640 civilians. Men, women and children bore the brunt of the brutality orchestrated by the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the regiment, under the leadership of SS Hauptsturmführer Kahn and the battalion commander SS Obersturmbannführer Otto Dickmann. The dark episode exemplifies the atrocities committed in the name of retaliation, leaving an indelible scar on the history of Oradour-sur-Glane. Upon reaching the invasion front on June 16-17, Das Reich encountered logistical challenges as parts of the division were still en route from the south. Consequently, the division found itself divided, with its units allocated to various army formations. Primarily, these units were actively engaged in combat against British forces in the Caen area. Heavy battles were now underway, and from here we now see Das Reich fight once again against the British forces. In Normandy, a very notable moment unfolded, where one of the division's most renowned soldiers achieved a historic triumph. SS Oberscharführer Ernst Bachmann, at the helm of a single Panzer V Panther, took up a strategic position at an intersection in Le Loiret. His vigilant watch paid off when a formidable column, comprising at least 14 enemy tanks along with trucks, emerged on the scene. In the ensuing battle, Bachmann and his crew displayed exceptional prowess, incapacitating 8 Sherman tanks and demolishing several trucks, including crucial fuel vehicles. Despite the intervention of Allied fighter bombers that inflicted damage on his tank during the combat, Bachmann held his ground, only retreating when he exhausted his ammunition. This remarkable feat stands as a testament to the skill of SS Oberscharführer Ernst Bachmann, putting his name into the annals of historical battle successes for the division. Das Reich division found itself deeply embroiled in the fierce battles aimed at thwarting the breakout attempts of US troops from the invasion area around St. Lo. By mid-August, a significant number of German units became trapped within the Falaise pocket. The situation was dire. Remarkably, Das Reich emerged as one of the units successful in breaking through the containment ring imposed by Canadian and Polish troops. It was brutal, and the toll was heavy. Very brutal fighting was underway. Their breakthrough efforts played a massive role in opening an escape route for other encircled German troops. Das Reich performed again very well in Normandy, however, there are also some very important losses for the division. We mentioned Christian Teixen earlier on during the fighting at Kharkov, a very notable figure in Das Reich and one tough soldier. After being wounded more than 9 times in total, he was killed in Normandy when the Kubelwagen, which he was in with a driver and an NCO, was fired upon by an advancing American tank. He died. American looters took his tunic with all his decorations and all other types of identification, so he was buried as an unknown soldier but was later identified years later. Following engagements in Normandy, Das Reich executed a strategic withdrawal to the Seine and valiantly resisted at the Rouen bridgehead. By August 28, 1944, the division had successfully retreated across the Seine. The subsequent retreat route led them through Vermand, across the Meuse south of Namur, and involved defensive actions along the Meuse around Hoogeveen until September 7, 1944. A subsequent retreat positioned Das Reich behind the formidable Siegfried Line, where defensive battles unfolded amidst the snow-covered Eifel region and at the West Wall. Commencing on October 23, 1944, relief efforts were initiated at the front, ultimately completed by mid-November. Das Reich underwent rejuvenation in the Sauerland region south of Paderborn, with the noteworthy addition of many conscripts from the Wehrmacht. This infusion, however, marked a discernible decline in the overall quality of the division's original troops, and much of Das Reich started to lose its elite status. In mid-December, Das Reich was redeployed to the Euskirchen area, gearing up for participation in the Battle of the Bulge. The division launched its offensive on December 20th, advancing through the Barak de Freyture crossroads and encircling American troops at St. Vith. Similar to other German units, Das Reich grappled with challenges such as a scarcity of fuel and ammunition, necessitating the traversal of heavy tanks through unsuitable routes. Despite these logistical hindrances, the division successfully secured vital positions including Mannheim and Grand-Mesnil. However, these triumphs proved short-lived as both villages succumbed to determined American counterattacks. Panzer Ace Ernst Bachmann further enhanced his impressive track record by eliminating an additional 15 Sherman tanks during these engagements. Notably, 9 of these American tanks were simply abandoned by their crews when confronted by Bachmann's lone tank, highlighting the psychological impact of his formidable presence on the battlefield. Until January 17, 1945, Das Reich remained engaged in defensive operations in the Magosta and Marcourt area. Subsequently, the division was relieved from frontline duties and withdrew behind the Siegfried Line, west wall to Koblenz. In this strategic relocation, the division underwent a brief period of refreshment and recovery, preparing for potential future engagements. Despite being in a state of incomplete revitalization and lacking full equipment, Das Reich was relocated to Army Group South near Lake Balaton during the period from February 8 to 15, 1945. In this fresh theatre of action, the division finalized its replenishment efforts. Commencing from March 6th, Das Reich played a role in the concluding and desperate German offensive on the Eastern Front, famously dubbed, signifying the critical importance of this late-stage effort in the waning months of the war. Das Reich launched an offensive on the eastern bank of the Sarvis Canal, making significant progress and reaching the area north of Sarkareztur by March 12, 1945. However, the offensive encountered formidable challenges as it grappled with the treacherous conditions of the spring storm, plunging into deep mud that brought the advance to a complete standstill. Within a mere 10 days, a resolute Russian counter-offensive thwarted Das Reich's momentum, highlighting the formidable obstacles presented by both the weather and the determined enemy forces. Until March 18th, the division assumed a defensive posture in the vicinity of Abakolaz. However, following a breakthrough by the Russian forces, Das Reich was detached from the front. The division then embarked on a departure to the eastern shore of Lake Neusiedl, culminating in a retreat to the southern outskirts of Vienna by March 27th. This strategic maneuver aimed at regrouping and adapting to the evolving dynamics of the Eastern Front during this critical phase of the war. Das Reich undertook the defense of crucial bridges spanning the Danube at the eastern edge of Vienna, engaging in intense house-to-house combat in the suburbs. As the Red Army penetrated the area, the battles were bloody. The division's units focused their efforts around the Floridsdorf Bridge until April 9th, attempting to stave off the advancing forces in extremely brutal fighting. Subsequently, Das Reich found itself in battle east of Melk before embarking on a march towards the region between Prague and Dresden on April 26, 1945. The dwindling number of remaining tanks played a critical role in covering the retreat, although they were ultimately destroyed upon reaching the city due to depleted fuel and ammunition reserves. This marked the final chapter of Das Reich's wartime endeavours as the division grappled with resource constraints in the face of the advancing Allied forces. Meanwhile, the Führer Regiment dedicated its final days of the war to the rescue of German civilians, Wehrmacht auxiliaries, women and wounded soldiers in Prague. Following a hard-fought entry into the city, Regimental Commander Otto Weidinger and his troops guided them to Rokycany in Bohemia, where they found a measure of relative security in US captivity until May 8th. The majority of Das Reich's members survived their time in US captivity. Unfortunately, for those who ended up in Russian or Czech hands, their fate was far grimmer. Many were either executed immediately or met their demise during the protracted years spent in Soviet labor camps. Throughout the entire war, a remarkable total of 72 members of the division were honoured with the Knight's Cross, marking the highest number of such awards within all German formations throughout the conflict. This recognition was the exceptional valour and achievements demonstrated by Das Reich's members on the battlefield, making it a distinguished and decorated unit within the German military during World War II. Das Reich Division emerges as a nuanced and controversial chapter in the annals of history. Acclaimed for its elite status and military prowess, the division played a massive role across various theatres of conflict. However, its historical legacy is marred by the perpetration of war crimes, including heinous acts against civilians. Despite this troubling dichotomy of being both a powerful military force and a participant in reprehensible actions, the Das Reich Division remains a subject of historical significance and scholarly debate across many. In the turbulent times of World War II, the story of the Ukrainian SS stands as one of the most controversial and complex. From their formation to their roles in the war, their history is both pivotal and terrible. From their origins, driven by a mix of nationalist aspirations and the harsh realities of Nazi and Soviet occupation, to their actions on the battlefields and their involvement in some of the war's most tragic events, their history is a blend of ambition, tragedy, and infamy. Join us as we delve into the origins, actions, and lasting impact of the Ukrainian SS, unravelling the truths and myths surrounding this infamous unit. During the first half of the Second World War, the German military appeared to be an unstoppable force, seemingly beyond the capability of any nation to resist. The Wehrmacht, the armed forces of the Third Reich, employed highly aggressive tactics that were rooted in the strategies of Prussian and Imperial German military planners. These strategists had long emphasized the necessity of short wars that concluded with decisive victories, deliberately avoiding protracted and costly wars of attrition, especially those involving irregular enemy forces that could deplete troop reserves. Following the catastrophic defeats at Stalingrad and in North Africa, the German military faced an unprecedented manpower crisis by 1943. Hitler recognized that the German armed forces could no longer sustain their hold on occupied territories while also achieving a victorious conclusion to the war. On February 18, 1943, Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Minister of Propaganda, delivered a speech at the Sportpalast in Berlin, acknowledging the dire situation Germany faced. Similarly, Hitler attempted to establish a defensive front against the advancing Bolshevist threat, and became receptive to Heinrich Himmler's proposal to form a Waffen SS volunteer unit composed of recruits from Western Ukraine. Although the idea of recruiting Slavs was typically abhorrent to the racially conscious Führer, the historical ties of these volunteers to the former Imperial Austrian territory of Galicia rendered them more racially acceptable. From the outset, it was clear that the formation of the Galician division was intended to serve German interests. However, the Nazis maintained lines of communication with Ukrainian nationalists to create the illusion of support for an independent Ukrainian state. In reality, Germany's primary focus in 1943 was on the Eastern Front and creating a pan-European defence against Bolshevism. A recruitment drive was launched in Galicia under the propaganda slogan, quote, "Everyone to the division," end quote, attracting thousands of volunteers, including intellectuals, idealists, and opportunists. These recruits underwent intensive military training before being deployed to the Eastern Front in June 1944. Due to a combination of unfavourable factors, the Battle of Brody, which took place from July 13th to July 22nd, 1944, marked a disastrous combat debut for the Galician Division against the Red Army. The majority of the division was annihilated during this engagement. Despite this significant loss, reports indicated that the Ukrainian troops had performed commendably. As a result, Himmler ordered the division to be reconstituted. However, by this time, the pool of willing volunteers had nearly vanished, necessitating increasingly coercive measures to replenish the division's depleted ranks. In October 1944, the Galician division was still deemed unfit for frontline combat and was therefore reassigned to Slovakia for security duties. Andrzej Kopanicia was among the conscripts sent with the division to help suppress a national uprising following the Polish Home Army's valiant but doomed attempt to liberate Warsaw. For the newly reformed division, composed mainly of untested recruits, counterinsurgency operations in Slovakia proved to be a steep learning curve. However, by early November, a successful reconnaissance strike by a hunting patrol south of Rosenberg demonstrated the division's newfound competence in Bandenbekämpfung, bandit fighting. The troops had become seasoned soldiers, adept at locating and destroying well-armed rebel groups. Although significant engagements were rare in the Tatra and Fatra mountains, these operations, often conducted in snow and freezing conditions, helped build the soldiers' endurance. This resilience would soon be tested further. In February 1945, the Galician Division was deployed to Slovenia to conduct anti-partisan operations against Marshal Tito's formidable forces, which threatened German communications. Remarkably, even at this late stage of the war, local commanders adhered to the strategy of absolute destruction in their anti-partisan efforts. These largely ineffective operations were carried out in dense forest-like terrain and the rugged mountains that characterized the region. For the soldiers, it often felt like chasing shadows, as the partisans repeatedly disappeared into the wilderness like will-o'-the-wisps. Reflecting on the conduct of small wars since the Napoleonic era, it is evident that much was demanded of troops engaged in operations against irregular forces. The personal toll was significant, with many soldiers suffering from stress due to the challenges of fighting in a foreign and hostile land far from home, where the fear of death was surpassed only by the fear of capture. This was particularly true for German troops and their foreign allies and auxiliaries, who faced highly motivated and well-equipped insurgent and partisan forces in Eastern Europe, the Balkans and Russia during the Second World War. Recently, an increasing number of academically sound and objective appraisals of the Galician Division's wartime record have emerged. These studies provide a counterbalance to the accusations of atrocities committed by Ukrainian troops involved in counterinsurgency and anti-partisan operations, offering new evidence and perspectives that refute claims of criminality against former division members. Nevertheless, several questions persist. Were soldiers like Andrzej Kopanicia victims of circumstance, or were they willing participants in Hitler's sinister plans? Should they be viewed as valuable allies against communism during the early Cold War period? These questions have engaged academics and commentators for decades and will likely continue to do so for many more years, with no definitive answers in sight. The story of each volunteer and conscript who served in the Galician Division from 1943 to 1945 is unique, shaped by their individual experiences and personal histories. The non-aggression pact between Hitler and Stalin, though shocking to the world, was a strategic move for both leaders who had plans for Poland. The Nazis, in their usual duplicitous manner, relocated Ukrainian nationalists back to German-occupied Poland, while Hitler handed over substantial territories like Bukovina and Galicia to the Soviets. The Ukrainian population in Galicia, expecting liberation, instead faced harsh Soviet rule. Initially, Soviet repression targeted Polish nationalists, intellectuals and Jews, but eventually shifted towards anti-communist Ukrainian nationalists. Soviet propaganda claimed their invasion was to liberate Belarusians and Ukrainians from Polish control, and for a time, Ukrainians in Galicia were favoured in administration, culture and education. However, this was merely an attempt to sway support from the OUN, which ultimately failed, leading to repressive measures against Ukrainians by mid-1940. Hitler's decision to invade the Soviet Union stemmed from his belief in German superiority and the perceived weakness of the Soviet regime. By mid-1941, confident in a swift victory, Hitler abandoned the German-Soviet pact. The initial stages of Operation Barbarossa seemed to validate this confidence as the Soviet army appeared weak and disorganized due to Stalin's purges. Ukrainian nationalists, especially those led by Stepan Bandera, saw the invasion as a chance for a Ukrainian national revolution and aligned with the Germans, hoping for support in establishing an independent state. Many Ukrainians fled to German-occupied zones and joined the Wehrmacht, believing Germany was their only hope against the USSR. Despite vague promises from German officers, the Ukrainian nationalists continued to prepare for regional revolutionary administrations, aiming to demonstrate to their people that an independent Ukrainian state was achievable, even as their naivety about German intentions became apparent. The rapid German advance into western Belarusia and Galicia caught the Soviet administration completely off guard. In Galicia, the panic-stricken and suspicious NKVD conducted last-minute arrests and deportations of thousands of arbitrarily chosen civilians, labeling them as anti-communist and sending them eastward, destined for Siberian gulags. On June 30th, just 8 days after the massive invasion began, the first German units entered the Galician capital of Lviv, known to the Germans as Lemberg. Accompanying these units were Ukrainian Nachtigall volunteers. These men had witnessed the NKVD's hasty murder of several thousand Ukrainians during their retreat, which intensified the local population's hatred of the Soviets and created a fervent nationalistic atmosphere. Seizing this moment, the radical wing of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, proclaimed statehood in a small meeting room in the Prosvita Society building. However, two German officers present at the meeting dampened the enthusiasm by reminding the crowd that the war was still ongoing and that it was not an appropriate time to declare statehood. The very important meeting between Wächter and Himmler on 2nd March 1943 at Himmler's headquarters in Hochwald, East Prussia, occurred shortly after the devastating German defeat at Stalingrad. Recognizing the urgent need for manpower, Himmler began to see the value in Wächter's pragmatic policies in Galicia. Previously uninterested in recruiting foreign contingents, the Wehrmacht had begun enlisting auxiliary volunteers, or Hiwis, from various Soviet regions by late 1942. With Germany's military resources dwindling, even the strict racial criteria of the Waffen SS were relaxed to incorporate troops from racially acceptable populations. By early 1943, approximately 4,000 Ukrainians were already serving in the German-created Ukrainian police and guard units. Wächter, seizing the moment, proposed the formation of a Ukrainian division to bolster the war effort, requiring a reorientation of German policy to acknowledge Ukrainian cooperation. During the 2nd March meeting, Wächter's proposal to raise a Ukrainian division found a receptive audience in Himmler, who, despite initial reservations about the reliability of Ukrainian troops, recognized the dire need for additional forces. Himmler's agreement marked a significant shift, leading to the formal approval from Hitler for the creation of the SS Freiwilligen Division Galicia. Wächter promptly began the recruitment process, involving meetings with senior SS officials and Ukrainian nationalist groups. The support from Ukrainian leaders like Kost Pankivsky highlighted a strategic, albeit uneasy, alliance aimed at creating a professional Ukrainian military force. Pankivsky and others understood that military capability was crucial for political recognition, even as they secretly harbored nationalist ambitions that extended beyond the temporary alliance with Germany. Despite internal warnings to proceed cautiously, Wächter moved swiftly to organize the new division, convening a conference on 12th April with various SS, police and party officials to finalize plans. The Ukrainian committees, after extensive debate, endorsed the division's formation, viewing it as a critical opportunity to establish a professional military force capable of serving broader national interests. This pragmatic approach, though fraught with potential future conflicts, was deemed necessary to combat the immediate Soviet threat. Leading Ukrainian figures and institutions saw the creation of the division as a significant political asset, aligning with German forces out of expediency while keeping the long-term goal of national liberation in mind. Wechter's efforts to form the division underscored the complex and often contradictory alliances formed during the turbulent wartime period. In early 1943, Wachter initiated a recruitment campaign for the SS Freiwilligen Division Galicia, targeting approximately 20,000 volunteers. Emphasizing persuasion over coercion, he instructed German authorities to avoid any forceful methods, underscoring the political significance of voluntary participation. This strategy was highlighted during an elaborate launch ceremony in Lviv, attended by various German officials and Ukrainian representatives. Wechter's proclamation emphasized cooperation in the fight against Bolshevism, promising equal treatment for Ukrainian volunteers alongside German soldiers. Despite the absence of direct references to Ukrainian nationalism, the speech by Professor Kubijovich expressed a commitment to supporting the division, symbolizing a cautious yet significant alliance between Ukrainian leaders and the German administration. The Church's involvement further legitimized the recruitment efforts, despite its initial reservations about aligning with the SS. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, led by the Reverend Labour, agreed to appoint priests to provide spiritual support to the division, balancing their moral concerns with the practical need to care for the volunteers. The recruitment campaign faced several alternatives and opposition from various quarters, including the Polish government in exile and the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA. Many young men viewed joining the Galician division as a preferable option compared to anti-Soviet and anti-German guerrilla warfare or oppressive labour conditions. The campaign's success exceeded expectations, attracting more than the anticipated 20,000 volunteers, driven by strong anti-communist propaganda and the lack of viable alternatives. As the recruitment drive progressed, it became evident that the number of volunteers far surpassed initial estimates, prompting discussions about the best use of this newfound manpower. SS officials decided to form a conventional combat force rather than a police unit, emphasizing the elite status of the Waffen SS to attract recruits. Slogans and posters highlighted the urgency of defending Galicia against the Bolshevik threat, resonating deeply with the volunteers, many of whom were young and idealistic. The first group of recruits began their journey to the training facilities in Bohemia and Moravia, where they faced rigorous training and harsh discipline. Despite the challenges, their enthusiasm and commitment laid the foundation for the formation of a formidable fighting force, demonstrating the complex interplay of political pragmatism and military necessity during this turbulent period. The Ukrainians both praised and criticized the facilities and their German and Austrian training instructors at the Heidelager facility. The majority of the first contingent of volunteers were uninitiated novices, and adjusting to the life of strict discipline and endless routine demanded considerable strength and resilience. The rapid expansion of the Waffen SS meant that many of the Galician division's officers were the least reliable from established units and spoke no Ukrainian, further complicating training. However, the transfer of 133 former Ukrainian officers to a 2-month training course in Przecznitz in August 1943 offered some relief from the relentless discipline. The return of the Ukrainian officer candidates in late October coincided with the second phase of the division's organizational structuring, overseen by SS Brigade Führer Walter Szymana. Szymana, with extensive experience in anti-partisan warfare, was not initially utilized for this expertise, as the division was structured to perform conventional battlefield roles with 3 infantry regiments and 3 artillery battalions. The linear military training philosophy of the Kriegsakademie, which emphasized conventional combined arms warfare, hampered the division's ability to handle partisan threats. Szymana's replacement in late October by Fritz Freitag, an experienced officer from the SS Polizei division, did little to shift the focus. Freitag, ambitious and determined, faced criticism for his inflexible leadership style and discriminatory policies that sidelined Ukrainian officers. Freitag's approach, driven by an almost pathological ambition and suspicion, created a rigid and harsh environment within the division. He assigned Ukrainian officers to secondary posts, dismissing Governor Wechter's diplomatic goals for the division. SS Sturmbannführer Wolf Dietrich Heike who joined as the division's General Staff Operations Officer, noted Freitag's failure to see the bigger picture and his attempts to impose Prussian discipline. Heike's criticisms painted Freitag as a theoretician who commanded from behind a desk, lacking the inspiration and flexibility needed for effective leadership. Despite these shortcomings, Freitag aimed to mould the division into a crack unit, replacing many Ukrainian officers with Germans, causing further resentment. Despite ongoing issues with leadership and training quality, by late January 1944, the general training activities were mostly completed. Freitag took a leave to attend a divisional commander's training course in Hirschberg. During his absence, SS Obergruppenführer Wilhelm Kopper ordered the division to form a Kampfgruppe, battle group for anti-partisan operations against Soviet General Kovpak's forces. This unexpected order disrupted the division's training, as the headquarters staff considered anti-partisan operations improper for the volunteers. Despite efforts to rescind the order, the battle group was dispatched to the Lublin district to hunt down partisan groups, forcing the half-trained troops to learn on the job, further illustrating the ongoing challenges and complexities faced by the Galician division. The rapid advances of the Red Army in the lower Pripyat region during late 1943 and early 1944 led to the release of significant numbers of partisans who then operated in other areas. Some partisan bands moved directly to the west as far as Brest-Litovsk, while others concentrated to the south and southwest in the Lviv-Kovel-Vinnytsia sector, behind the German 4th Panzer Army. German military intelligence identified Major General Saider Kovpak as the leader of several large irregular units. In early February 1944, Lieutenant Colonel Pyotr Vershigora, Kovpak's capable right-hand man, led elements of the 1st Ukrainian Partisan Division in a rapid advance towards the southern area of the Lublin district in eastern Poland, bringing the war close to home for the Ukrainian volunteers. As the fighting moved towards the Subcarpathians and Galicia, various anti-Soviet Ukrainian separatist organizations reappeared but had little effect on the tactical situation. The Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA, suffered heavy casualties during clashes with Kovpak's partisans and had to withdraw from active combat temporarily. Observing these significant losses, other Ukrainian nationalist groups chose a more cautious approach, awaiting developments at the front. While this decision had some tactical merit, it was politically disadvantageous, allowing the Soviets to later discredit them as bourgeois nationalists. Meanwhile, at the Galician Division's training camp at Heidelager, the battle group Kampfgruppe Bayersdorf was rapidly assembled following Kopper's order reconfirmed on February 15th. This improvised unit embarked the next day for the Cholmshkina region, northwest of Lviv, a hotspot of conflict between ethnic Poles and Ukrainian nationalist groups. After a long journey with frequent stops, the battle group arrived at its deployment zone, ready to engage partisans near Zamosk. Vershigora's partisans received considerable support from the local population, enabling them to carry out successful raids using classic hit-and-run tactics against vital road and rail communications. The contrast between the battle-hardened Soviet partisans and the inexperienced Kampfgruppe Bayersdorf was stark. Trained in traditional linear methods of warfare, the German battle group struggled with the complexities of anti-partisan operations. Historian Michael O. Logus criticized the reconnaissance and patrol activities that began on February 28, 1944, noting the lack of proper intelligence and the failure to adapt to guerrilla tactics. The reconnaissance teams often found only evidence of the partisans' presence, such as abandoned positions and burnt villages, rather than catching them in action. On the same day, Kampfgruppe Bayersdorf began operations. A massacre of Polish inhabitants occurred in the village of Huta Pieniacka, a highly controversial event investigated by various parties over the years. The destruction of Polish settlements in Galicia continued into March, with actions like the Huta Pieniacka massacre being attributed to different forces. While some sources point to the Galician division's involvement, other evidence suggests German units were responsible. The division's role in these events remains disputed, complicated by shifting blame and the fog of war. Historian Timothy D. Snyder argues that the Galician division was marginal to the ethnic cleansing against Poles, attributing greater responsibility to Ukrainian nationalist factions. The brutal environment and the decline of German military power exacerbated the violence, influencing the Ukrainian troops' behavior. The involvement of Ukrainian formations in these anti-partisan operations and their subsequent actions highlight the complexities and brutalities of the conflict in this region during World War II. The Battle of Brody, fought from July 13 to July 22, 1944, was the most significant engagement involving the 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division. This division was part of the 13th German Army Corps, tasked with defending the city of Lviv. Brody is located less than 200 kilometers east of Lviv. As the Red Army advanced westward, Marshal Ivan Konev, commander of the 1st Ukrainian Front, was assigned to capture Lviv. His offensive began in early July 1944. The 13th Army Corps, under the command of Walter Model, was significantly outnumbered, with the Soviets having more than twice the manpower and 3 times the armour and equipment. The 14th Waffen SS was ordered to hold the line at Brody. The division faced overwhelming Soviet forces, including superior armoured and air support, which they lacked. Despite being heavily outnumbered and outgunned, the division fought on even after their German commander General Freytag deserted the battlefield. On July 18th, the division was surrounded, but managed to break out of the encirclement on July 21st to 22nd. Out of the 12,000 men in the division, only 3,000 returned to German lines. Some joined the Ukrainian insurgent army, while the rest were killed, wounded, or captured. Although defeated at Brody, the division's resistance delayed the Red Army's advance for several critical days. This delay allowed thousands of Lviv's citizens, including many intellectuals and political activists, to escape westward ahead of the Soviet occupation, thereby saving them from the impending horrors. The 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division played a controversial role during the Slovak national uprising, which occurred from August 29 to October 28, 1944. This uprising was a significant anti-Nazi resistance movement in Slovakia, aiming to overthrow the collaborationist Slovak government led by Josef Tiso and establish a democratic Czechoslovakia. As the uprising began, Slovak resistance fighters, including Slovak army units and partisans, launched a coordinated attack against the German forces occupying Slovakia. Initially, the insurgents achieved some success, liberating key towns and cities and setting up a provisional government with support from the Czechoslovak government in exile and the Allies. In response, the German command deployed several elite units, including elements of the 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division, to suppress the rebellion. They were tasked with quelling the uprising and re-establishing German control over the region. The 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division, along with other German units, faced fierce resistance from the Slovak partisans and the regular Slovak army. Despite being heavily outnumbered and outgunned, the insurgents put up a determined fight. However, the superior firepower and coordination of the German forces, including the 14th Waffen SS, eventually turned the tide. By the end of October 1944, the German forces had recaptured most of the rebel-held territory, effectively ending the organised resistance. The 14th Waffen SS played a crucial role in this counter-offensive, using their experience and resources to systematically dismantle the uprising. Despite the defeat, guerrilla warfare continued in the mountainous regions, with partisans continuing to harass German units and aiding the advancing Red Army. The 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division was also involved in combat against Tito's partisan forces in Slovenia during the latter stages of World War II. This phase of their involvement came as the Axis powers attempted to quell various resistance movements across the territories they occupied. In early 1945, the 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division, which had suffered significant losses in previous engagements, was reconstituted and redeployed to Slovenia. This region was a hotbed of partisan activity led by Josip Broz Tito, whose forces were highly effective in guerrilla warfare against the occupying German and collaborationist forces. The primary role of the 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division in Slovenia was to conduct anti-partisan operations. These missions were aimed at disrupting the supply lines, communications and operational capabilities of the Yugoslav partisans. The division was involved in several key operations, often operating in difficult and mountainous terrain where the partisans had established strongholds. The fighting in Slovenia was intense and brutal. The 14th Waffen SS, known for its harsh counterinsurgency tactics, engaged in numerous skirmishes and larger battles with Tito's forces. Despite their experience and discipline, the division found it challenging to deal with the highly mobile and elusive partisan fighters who employed hit and run tactics and utilized their intimate knowledge of the local terrain to great advantage. From April 1st until the end of World War II, the 14th Waffen SS Galicia Division, comprising 14,000 combat troops and 8,000 soldiers in a training and replacement regiment, fought against the Red Army in the Graz region of Austria. In early April, the division successfully captured the castle and village of Gleichenberg from Soviet forces, which included elite troops from the 3rd Guards Airborne Division during a counterattack. On April 15th, they repelled a Soviet counterattack. During this period, the division held a 13-kilometer front. In one critical situation, General Freitag, alarmed by developments at the front, instinctively announced his resignation as divisional commander in the presence of General der Kavallerie Harteneck, commander of the 1st Cavalry Corps. Harteneck refused Freitag's resignation and ordered him to remain at his post. For his performance during the battles around Gleichenberg, Waffen Obersturmführer Ostap Chuchkevich was awarded the Iron Cross First Class. The division suffered heavy casualties in Austria, with an estimated 1,600 soldiers killed or wounded. On March 17, 1945, Ukrainian émigrés established the Ukrainian National Committee to represent Ukrainian interests to the Third Reich, seeking to provide a unified political front during the turbulent final months of World War II. Simultaneously, the Ukrainian National Army was formed under the command of General Pavlo Shandruk, aimed at consolidating Ukrainian military efforts under a national banner. The Galician Division, a unit with a contentious history due to its collaboration with Nazi Germany, was nominally incorporated as the 1st Division of the Ukrainian National Army. Despite this rebranding, the German High Command continued to list it as the Ukrainian 14th SS Grenadier Division in their official order of battle, reflecting the complex and often conflicting allegiances of the time. As the war drew to a close and the Axis powers faced inevitable defeat, the division found itself in a precarious position. By May 10, 1945, as the Allies advanced and the German war effort collapsed, the division surrendered to British and American forces. This surrender marked the end of the division's active combat role and began a new chapter of internment and legal scrutiny for its members. Despite the official end of their military engagement, the legacy and actions of the division continued to be subjects of historical debate and controversy. The Ukrainian soldiers were interned in Rimini, Italy, within an area controlled by the Polish Second Corps forces. General Pavlo Shandruk, the commander of the Ukrainian National Army, UNA, sought a meeting with Polish General Anders in London. Shandruk implored Anders to protect his men from deportation to the Soviet Union. Despite significant Soviet pressure, Anders succeeded in safeguarding the Ukrainian soldiers by recognizing them as former citizens of the Second Republic of Poland. This effort, combined with intervention from the Vatican, ultimately saved the soldiers from being sent to the USSR. Bishop Buko of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church had appealed to Pope Pius, describing the division's members as good Catholics and fervent anti-communists. Due to the Vatican's intervention, British authorities reclassified the division members' status from prisoners of war to surrendered enemy personnel. This change in status, along with the Polish Second Corps' refusal to deport them to the Soviet Union, ensured their safety. In total, 176 soldiers from the division joined Anders' Polish army. Finally, in 1947, former soldiers of SS Galician were allowed to immigrate to Canada and to the United Kingdom. The names of about 7,100 former soldiers of SS Galician admitted to the UK have been stored in the so-called Rimini list. In the final days of World War II, as the Third Reich crumbled in the hollow streets of Berlin, Adolf Hitler famously demanded Steiner's whereabouts, desperately pleading with his men for information on whether Steiner had launched his counterattack. The Steiner in question was SS Obergruppenführer and General der Waffen SS Felix Steiner, a man who had served in Hitler's Black Guard since 1935. From the early days of the Third Reich to the bitter end of the war, Felix Steiner played a crucial role in the formation and leadership of the Waffen SS. Unlike Himmler, whose focus was on ideological indoctrination, Steiner brought a professional military approach that transformed the Waffen SS into a formidable fighting force. But what makes it so fascinating is that he came to resent Himmler to the point of disliking him completely, and even to the point of creating a plot to kill Hitler in 1945, a truly fascinating historical figure. But who was this man behind the uniform? What shaped his beliefs and actions? So join us as we explore the life and career of Felix Steiner. We'll delve into his military strategies, his rise through the ranks, and his influence on one of the most notorious military units of the 20th century. Felix Steiner was born on May 23rd, 1896, in Ebenrode, East Prussia, to a middle-class family with Austrian origins that had emigrated from Salzburg to Prussia in 1731. The son of a grammar school teacher, Steiner had numerous opportunities for a respectable career in the Kaiser's Reich. At 17, he chose a military path and enlisted in March 1914 as a cadet officer in the 5th East Prussian Infantry Regiment von Bozen. Steiner thrived in army life, dedicating himself to the training and lectures necessary to become an officer. However, his training was abruptly shortened by the outbreak of war in August 1914. With the war's onset, Steiner's regiment was dispatched to the Russian border to counter an anticipated invasion. During the harsh, wet months that followed, he experienced the grim realities of war firsthand as his regiment engaged in combat in the Masurian Lakes region. Severely wounded in November, Steiner was hospitalized and awarded the Iron Cross Second Class. While still recovering, he was promoted to second lieutenant on January 27, 1915. After his recovery, Steiner was assigned to Fortress Machine Gun Detachment 1. In 1916, he was transferred to the Kurland Lithuanian Front, serving as a company commander in Machine Gun Sharpshooter Detachment Oberost 46. Throughout 1916 and 1917, Steiner led his men in battles along the Duna River and around Riga, earning the Iron Cross First Class for his leadership and bravery. In the spring of 1918, Steiner's unit was deployed to the brutal battlefields of the Western Front. The devastating scenes he witnessed in Flanders and France left a profound impact on him. Both the German and Allied forces had decimated their best troops over 4 years of trench warfare, and the new recruits, reduced to mere cannon fodder, awaited their likely deaths in the next inevitable charge. The German army's fall 1918 offensive was a desperate attempt at victory. Initially successful, the offensive soon faced a resilient Allied defence that halted any chance of a breakthrough. During these final battles, Steiner observed the Sturmtruppen, assault troops, specialised units used to penetrate Allied lines. Their effectiveness and strong camaraderie stood in stark contrast to the regular army units. Impressed by their bravery and superior training, Felix Steiner carried the lessons of these final encounters into the post-war era of the Waffen SS. On October 10, 1918, Felix Steiner was promoted to first lieutenant, but within 2 months the war ended and he was demobilized. Like many of his peers, the 21-year-old felt adrift and betrayed in the new democratic Germany. In January 1919, he joined a volunteer corps to combat communist factions on the eastern border. Thanks to his wartime experience, he naturally assumed a leadership role, soon commanding a unit near Memel on the Lithuanian frontier. Returning to Germany, Steiner joined the 100,000-man Reichswehr, the post-war German army, and in 1921 became part of the 1st Infantry Regiment. Over the next few years, he served in various roles, including with the General Staff. On December 1, 1927, he was promoted to captain and became the adjutant to the 1st East Prussian Infantry Regiment in Königsberg. By 1932, he was leading a company and using his wartime knowledge to train new soldiers. In 1933, Steiner left his regiment for special assignments in the training department of the newly established Wehrmacht. He retired from the army as a major in December 1933 and became a training advisor the following year. During a period of expansion for the German army, Felix Steiner fully committed himself to his new role. However, as time passed, he yearned for a more significant challenge. On March 16, 1935, he joined the SS Verfügungstruppe, V-Truppe, which would later evolve into the Waffen SS. Steiner was appointed commander of the 3rd Battalion SS Standarte Deutschland with the rank of Obersturmbannführer Lieutenant Colonel. At that time, the V-Truppe was primarily a ceremonial guard with minimal military training. Steiner recognized the potential to develop a new military force within Germany, independent of the regular armed forces. Alongside other ex-army officers like Paul Hauser, Steiner embarked on an ambitious project to transform their men into the new elite fighting unit. Reflecting on this period, Steiner stated, quote, "We were quite aggressive in our desire to test our military theories and advance our ambitions. By the mid-1930s, we had positioned ourselves as commanders of these embryonic SS combat units, which were enthusiastic but lacked any formal military training," end quote. Felix Steiner was determined to transform his men into the finest soldiers in Europe, if not the world. To achieve this, he broke away from many of the long-standing traditions of the German army, initially as battalion commander and later as the commander of the Deutschland Regiment, which he took over in 1936. Steiner implemented innovative training methods that drew heavily on his World War I frontline experiences. Steiner's approach shocked many of the older, more traditional officers. One of his first changes was to de-emphasize the importance of barracks square drills. Instead, he prioritized creating a tough, resilient fighting force by focusing on athletics and sports to physically prepare his men for the demands of warfare. Drawing inspiration from the tactics of the Sturmtruppen used in the final battles of the Great War, Steiner equipped his soldiers with lighter weapons such as submachine guns, hand grenades, pistols and explosive charges, moving away from the traditional Mauser rifle. He also introduced camouflaged battle dress to replace the standard field grey uniform and incorporated live ammunition into training exercises to better prepare his troops for real combat situations. Felix Steiner introduced significant innovations, one of the most notable being the elimination of the class system between officers and enlisted men. Recognizing that battlefield hardships required mutual trust, Steiner dismantled traditional barriers by having officers and enlisted men compete as equals in sports. They also shared the same mess area, and those aspiring to become officers had to serve at least 2 years in the ranks before being considered for officer training. Steiner gradually transformed the Deutschland Regiment into a unit that garnered the admiration of senior army officers. His progressive methods were soon adopted by other SS Standarte units, including the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, the Führer's bodyguard unit led by Hitler's close associate, Josef Sepp Dietrich. Reflecting on his post-war experiences, Steiner wrote, quote, "We succeeded in producing a remarkable type of young leader who was imbued with a team spirit rarely seen in the German army. In the SS units, everyone participated in activities together, with a strong emphasis on team spirit and camaraderie. We aimed to instill an unparalleled esprit de corps in our force, making it one of the finest ever assembled. Despite the criticisms we faced, I believe we largely achieved this objective." End quote. On August 17, 1938, Adolf Hitler issued a decree that formally recognized the V-Truppe as a permanent military force. Despite being previously dismissed by the Army, Navy and Air Force as asphalt soldiers, Hitler's decree elevated the V-Truppe to a status nearly equal to that of the traditional armed services. Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler viewed the V-Truppe as a stabilizing force within the Nazi regime, intended to suppress any potential uprisings. However, Felix Steiner, who had little respect for Himmler, saw his men as the foundation of a new army. The two men's conflicting visions might have led to significant clashes if not for the outbreak of war. In August 1939, just before the invasion of Poland, Hitler ordered that V-Truppe units be placed under army command, solidifying their role as military combat formations. Steiner's Deutschland Regiment joined Division Kempf, a semi-armoured unit for the campaign in Poland. They faced their first major battle against the Polish defences at Mlawa. The young SS officers and soldiers encountered fierce resistance as they tried to dislodge the Poles from their trenches and bunkers. After 3 days of intense fighting, with the help of army reinforcements, the Poles were finally forced to retreat, marking the regiment's baptism of fire. Pushing towards Modlin and the Narew River, Felix Steiner aimed to seize the river crossing at Rozan before the retreating Polish forces could secure it. As the Deutschland regiment neared the crossing, they encountered intense machine gun and artillery fire. With support from elements of the 7th Panzer Regiment, Steiner ordered an assault on the old Imperial Russian forts guarding the town. After a fierce battle, they captured the river crossing, breaking the Narew defence line and opening the way to Warsaw from the north. The remainder of the brief Polish campaign involved several more engagements for Steiner and his men, culminating in the siege of the Modlin fortress, which surrendered on September 28th. Notable members of the Deutschland, such as Herbert Gille, Matthias Kleinheisterkamp and Fritz Witt, distinguished themselves during these fights and would later lead divisions of the Waffen SS. Steiner's rigorous training paid off as his innovative methods kept Deutschland's casualties to a minimum, 15 dead and 35 wounded, compared to higher losses in other V-Trooper units in Poland. This success earned the V-Trooper recognition from Hitler and senior SS officials. Despite resistance from the regular army, an SS police division was established in late September. On October 10, SS Gruppenführer Paul Hauser began forming the Motorized Verfügungstruppe Division, later renamed Das Reich. The division comprised 3 regiments, Germania, Der Führer and Steiner's Deutschland, solidifying the V-Truppe's reputation as a formidable fighting force. The success of the Deutschland regiment in Poland significantly elevated Felix Steiner's reputation with Heinrich Himmler. The Reichsführer SS finally recognized that a militarized SS could advance his own ambitions, and Steiner was pivotal in this successful transition. Despite the praise Himmler lavished upon him after the Polish campaign, Steiner remained unimpressed. He viewed Himmler as an incompetent leader whose interference would likely obstruct, rather than aid, the development of the Waffen SS. Proud of his regiment's achievements, Steiner was aware that another conflict loomed. Throughout the winter of 1939 to 1940, the Deutschland regiment was stationed near Würzburg and later near Münster. The troops had little opportunity to enjoy these cities' hospitality, as they were continuously engaged in rigorous training. Steiner's motto, "Sweat saves blood," had proven effective in Poland, and he was determined to maintain his men's combat readiness. In early May 1940, the regiment moved to the western frontier with Holland. On May 10th, Steiner led his men across the border as part of General der Artillerie Albert Vodrig's Armeekorps. They successfully breached Dutch defences along the Wilhelmina Canal and advanced through the country, culminating in the capture of Walcheren Island south of Rotterdam on May 17th. The Deutschland regiment, along with the rest of the V Division, then pushed south through Belgium and into France. As they advanced towards Dunkirk, they encountered significant British resistance in the Dnieper forest, while the other regiments of Hauser's division were engaged in the forest battle. Steiner's regiment, along with the 3rd Panzer Division, executed a flanking manoeuvre. They broke through the enemy line, but were halted by a strong British defence at Merville. Steiner then redirected his regiment to bypass the fortified positions, reaching the heavily defended Lys Canal. Despite the defences, he ordered an assault across the canal, successfully establishing a bridgehead and positioning Deutschland as the lead unit in that sector. The British, determined to reclaim the lost ground, launched an armoured counterattack to push the Germans back. In the ensuing battle, several British tanks were destroyed by the young, often reckless SS troopers. Some soldiers were crushed in their foxholes as they threw hand grenades to disable the tanks' tracks. while others were gunned down as they attempted to climb onto the tanks to disable the crews with bullets or explosives. The bridgehead was ultimately saved by the timely arrival of a tank destroyer unit from the SS Totenkopf division, which forced the remaining British forces to retreat. Following the evacuation of Allied forces at Dunkirk, the V Division prepared for the final battles in France. Reinforcements arrived from Germany to replenish the losses in Deutschland and its sister regiments. On June 5th, the division re-entered combat. In the ensuing battles, Steiner led his men through the defences of the Weygand Line and across the Aisne River, capturing multiple positions with sharp assaults. After crossing the Marne, they advanced east of Paris, crossing the Seine northwest of Troyes. Despite the fall of Paris on June 14th, French resistance continued. From June 16th and 18, Deutschland engaged in a fierce battle near Châtillon, capturing approximately 5,000 prisoners. By the fall of France, Steiner's regiment was positioned on the demarcation line with the newly formed Vichy territory. For his role in the Western campaign, Steiner became one of the first 3 Waffen SS officers to receive the Ritterkreuz Knight's Cross on August 15th. Fritz Witt, the 32-year-old commander of the 1st Battalion, received the award on September 4th. After the campaign ended, the V Division was sent to Holland to rest and refit. Himmler, eager to reward him, promoted Steiner to SS Brigadeführer und Generalmajor der Waffen SS on November 9th. Despite his promotion and decorations, Steiner openly showed his disdain for Himmler. When Himmler heard that Steiner had called him a quote, sleazy romantic end quote, he rebuked him, saying, quote, "You are my most insubordinate general," end quote. Additionally, an aide had to be dispatched to warn Steiner to stop criticising Hitler's strategy during the Western campaign. Despite Steiner's outspoken and insubordinate behaviour, which could have landed others in a concentration camp, Himmler had to tolerate him. The growing Waffen SS needed capable commanders like Steiner to transform raw recruits into effective soldiers. Thus, Steiner's expertise and leadership were indispensable, compelling Himmler to overlook his defiant nature. On December 1st, 1940, the SS regiments Nordland, Westland and Germania were merged to form a new division with Steiner as its commander. By January 1st, 1941, the unit was officially designated SS Division Viking. Steiner quickly began training the division, working closely with his regimental commanders Hilmar Weckele, Westland, Reichsritter von Oberkamp, Germania, and Fritz von Scholz, Nordland, to shape it into a multinational fighting force. His artillery commander, Herbert Otto Gieler, a trusted friend and ex-army officer from the old V Division, shared Steiner's disdain for Himmler and supported his efforts. Faced with the challenge of making the multinational division battle-ready within months, Steiner had to address language and cultural differences among the volunteers. After overcoming initial difficulties, including weeding out some arrogant German training officers and NCOs, Steiner's division soon performed as well as or better than their German counterparts. At the beginning of June, Steiner was ordered to transport the SS Division Viking to Silesia, from where it marched into Poland and took up camouflage positions near Lublin. On June 26, as part of Generaloberst Ewald von Kleist's Panzergruppe 1, Viking crossed the Russian border, initiating a grueling 4-year conflict against the Red Army. By early July, the division had reached Tarnopol, earning respect from both allies and enemies. Von Kleist commended the division and its commander for their combat prowess and esprit de corps, while a captured Soviet commander, Artemenko, remarked that Vikings showed greater fortitude than any other unit, with the Soviets relieved when regular army units replaced Steiner's men in a sector. Steiner kept the division moving, crossing the Dnieper River and heading toward Dnipropetrovsk. Losses began to mount as the Soviets hit back, trying to stop the Germans, but by early October, the division was still on the move across the desolate steppes east of the Dnieper. In October, however, the rain started to fall in southern Russia, turning the rich soil into a quagmire that made movement all but impossible. In November, the division repulsed several Soviet attacks that were a prelude to Stalin's planned winter offensive. The troops were exhausted, and all regiments of the division, including Westland, which had a casualty rate of 50% from July 1st to November 30th, were in desperate need of replacements. Recognizing the situation, Steiner decided to adopt a defensive stance for the winter. Over the following months, his men held their ground along the Mius River, repelling several major Soviet offensives and inflicting heavy casualties on the attacking forces. As the Soviet offensive eventually stalled, replacements arrived to reinforce the division. Steiner was actively involved, overseeing regimental training and advising on assault tactics. The division was bolstered by a panzer detachment under Sturmbannführer Johannes Mühlenkamp, providing the armoured strength needed for the upcoming summer offensive. In July, Viking participated in the assault on Rostov and then advanced across the steppes towards the Caucasus. By late September, the division had reached the land bridge connecting southern Europe and Asia. They crossed the Terek River and engaged in fierce battles in the mountainous regions near Mozdok and Alagir. This intense fighting continued until late December, when the division was withdrawn for rest and resupply. On December 23, 1942, Felix Steiner was awarded the Oak Leaves to the Ritterkreuz for his achievements with the Viking Division. The formal presentation occurred on February 5, 1943 at Hitler's Wolfschanze, Wolf's Lair, headquarters near Rastenburg, East Prussia. Before the ceremony, Steiner learned that his tenure with Viking was ending as he had been chosen to form a new SS Panzer Corps. Steiner likely felt both puzzled and amused by his promotion to Corps Commander. His time with Viking had not endeared him to Himmler, who had reprimanded him several times for using the title Generalleutnant Steiner instead of his SS rank, and for his critical views on the Reich's policy of treating Russians as subhumans. Steiner also faced censure for his lukewarm salutation of Heil rather than Heil Hitler when addressing his men. Despite his reputation for defying convention, Steiner accepted the command of the new 3rd Germanisches SS Panzer Corps, which was intended to be built around the Viking and Nordland SS divisions. In practice, however, the corps comprised various available units, including army and Luftwaffe troops. Throughout the summer and fall, Steiner focused on transforming his corps into a cohesive fighting unit. While the morale of his SS units remained high, the army units under his command showed signs of strain from the brutal conditions on the Eastern Front. In June, Steiner was visited by his old friend Friedrich Graf von der Schulenburg, who was a staunch anti-Nazi. As they reminisced about their time together in the 1st Infantry Regiment and discussed the current situation, Schulenburg ominously remarked, quote, "We shall have to kill Hitler before he ruins Germany," end quote. Steiner, troubled by these words, remained silent but not dismayed. During the summer and fall, Steiner's corps engaged in operations against partisan forces in Yugoslavia. In late November, they were ordered to the front, embarking on a long journey to the Oranienbaum front of Army Group Nord. Despite being a corps in name, it consisted primarily of the Nordland Division and SS Polizei Regiment 14. Upon arrival, they were reinforced by the poorly trained and inadequately equipped 9th and 10th Luftwaffe Field Divisions and the 4th SS Brigade Nederland. Steiner hoped to train these underperforming Luftwaffe units, but the Soviets had other plans. On the night of January 13th, the Soviets in the Oranienbaum pocket launched a devastating artillery barrage, firing over 100,000 shells at Steiner's corps. This was followed by an assault from the Soviet Second Shock Army. Concurrently, around Leningrad, the Red Army attacked the German siege forces with 42 infantry divisions and 9 tank corps. In Steiner's area, the 10th Luftwaffe Field Division quickly fell apart, soon followed by the 9th, allowing Soviet tanks and infantry to advance into open terrain and attempt to encircle Steiner's corps and the German 18th Army. Despite the overwhelming attack, there were notable acts of resistance. Fritz Bunzer, commander of Nordland's Engineer Battalion, and Hans Heinrich Lohmann, commander of the Norge Regiment, received the Ritterkreuz for their efforts to delay the Soviet advance. Additionally, Georg Langendorf's 5th Company of Nordland's reconnaissance unit destroyed 48 of 54 Soviet tanks in a single battle, preventing a Russian breakthrough and giving other division units time to withdraw. Although these actions slowed the Russian advance, Steiner realized that the entire Leningrad front had collapsed. and the only hope for his corps lay in reaching the Narva River, 150 miles to the west. In a close race, Steiner's men succeeded in reaching the river first. He promptly established a bridgehead on the eastern bank and positioned his artillery and support units on the western bank in Narva City. In the ensuing months, the defenders of the Narva bridgehead held out against overwhelming odds. Reinforced by remnants of various army divisions and the newly formed 20th Estonian SS division, Steiner manoeuvred his units skillfully, countering Soviet attacks on both flanks and the bridgehead itself. However, he was forced to withdraw in late July following the Soviet summer offensive against Heeresgruppe Mitte, which destabilized the entire northern front. During the retreat through the Baltic states, the 5th SS Wallonian and 6th SS Langemark brigades joined the corps, transforming it into a truly European force. This diverse entity included soldiers from Germany, Flanders, Wallonia, Estonia, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, as well as a few Swiss, Swedes and Finns. On August 10th, Steiner was once again summoned to the Wolfschanze to receive the prestigious Swords to the Ritterkreuz, making him the 86th soldier in the German armed forces to be honoured with this award. Upon his return, he continued to oversee a fighting withdrawal until October 30th, when he handed over command to Obergruppenführer Georg Kepler and returned to Germany for a much-needed rest. By the end of January 1945, Steiner was tasked with defending Pomerania. His new command, the 11th Army, consisted of a mix of depleted Army and SS divisions, offering little hope of stopping the Russian advance into Germany. In mid-February, Steiner was ordered to attack Marshal Georgy Zhukov's 1st Belarusian front and advance to a point near Kustrin where the Warta and Oder rivers converge. Steiner received this order with a mix of anger and disbelief. He bypassed the chain of command and called Generaloberst Heinz Guderian, the army chief of staff, arguing against the attack. Steiner insisted that with only 50,000 men and 300 tanks, the mission would be suicidal and doomed to fail. He proposed a more limited attack that would leave the 11th Army less vulnerable to an inevitable Soviet counterattack, thereby better positioning them to defend Pomerania. As the conversation escalated, Steiner yelled, quote, "Accept my plan or relieve me," end quote. Guderian retorted, quote, "Have it your own way," end quote, and hung up. Both were very angry and frustrated at this point. The attack commenced on February 16th, pushing the Soviet 68th Army back about 8 miles on the first day. The following day, Steiner's forces continued their advance, leaving numerous Soviet tanks destroyed. Steiner's offensive forced Zhukov to redirect 2 tank armies headed for Berlin to counter the attack. These new Soviet units halted the 11th Army's advance and pushed them back to their original positions. Steiner's limited victory gave Adolf Hitler a glimmer of hope amid the crumbling state of his armies, seeing Steiner as a general who could still fight. In the following weeks, the Führer would once again rely on Steiner when all seemed lost. Steiner remained in command of the 11th Army until early March, when he handed it over to Army General Walter Lücht. As the Russians advanced towards Berlin, Generaloberst Gotthard Heinrizi, tasked with defending the city's approaches, assembled a small armoured reserve and placed Steiner in charge. On April 21st, during a situation report on Berlin's deteriorating conditions, Hitler learned that Soviet artillery was within range of the city, and that General der Panzertruppe Hasso von Manteuffel's 3rd Panzerarmee, the last effective blocking force, was at risk of encirclement. Hearing Steiner's name triggered Hitler to devise another desperate mission. He ordered Steiner to attack and break Zhukov's spearhead to prevent von Manteuffel's encirclement and save Berlin. Steiner's command, now called Armeegruppe Steiner, comprised about 10,000 exhausted troops and only a handful of tanks. For For Steiner, Hitler's order seemed sheer lunacy. Since his conversation with von Schulenburg in the summer of 1943, Steiner had grown increasingly disillusioned with Hitler and the Reich. Shortly after that discussion, Steiner and his chief of staff, Oberfuhrer Joachim Ziegler, met with anti-Nazi elements to discuss arresting Hitler, a plan that never materialized. Days before receiving Hitler's latest order, Steiner and Obergruppenführers Richard Hildebrandt and Kurt von Gottberg devised a plot to murder Hitler and end the war before Germany was utterly destroyed. However, by then, Hitler had already retreated to his Berlin bunker. As Hitler anxiously awaited the attack, Steiner did nothing. Repeatedly, Hitler inquired about the offensive's progress. When he learned the truth, he erupted in rage, dispatching Heinrici and Generalfeldmarschall Wilhelm Keitel to Steiner's headquarters to compel him to attack. Steiner stood his ground. Quote, "I won't do it," he declared. "This attack is nonsense, murder. Do what you want to me, but not my men," he declared. End quote. It wasn't until April 27th that Hitler finally lost faith in Steiner and ordered him to be relieved of command. However, Steiner convinced his replacement to let him stay in charge, a final act of defiance against the leader he once fervently served. Just days later, Hitler was dead. In the war's final week, Steiner led his unit westward, surrendering to the Americans and sparing his men from Soviet labor camps. He remained a prisoner until April 27th, 1948. After the war, Steiner authored 2 books, The Army of Outlaws and The Volunteers, recounting his wartime experiences. He also penned From Clausewitz to Bulganin, a study in military history. Active in the Waffen SS Veterans Association, Steiner maintained contact with many of his former comrades and attended several divisional reunions. In his post-war era, Steiner aimed to defend his men and the Waffen SS. He argued that there were widespread misunderstandings about the role of SS troops, both internationally and within Germany. Steiner emphasized that many young Germans fought and died out of patriotism rather than blind fanaticism for Hitler. He acknowledged that many did have faith in Hitler, but they were unaware of his true nature until it was too late. Steiner spent his final years in Munich, where he enjoyed the company of close friends and wartime comrades. On May 16, 1966, he passed away from heart failure. His funeral was attended by hundreds of his former soldiers from across Europe who came to pay their last respects. When discussing the Waffen SS, people often focus on figures like Himmler, but it's important to understand that the SS and Waffen SS were distinct groups within the same organisation. The SS encompassed various branches, with the Waffen SS serving as its armed combat division. Felix Steiner played the main role in the development and training of the Waffen SS, becoming a pivotal figure in shaping it into a formidable combat force, one of history's most renowned forces. One of Steiner's most significant contributions was his introduction of innovative tactics and training methodologies. He emphasized flexibility, mobility, and the use of combined arms tactics, integrating infantry, armor, and artillery in coordinated operations. Steiner was heavily influenced by the concept of Auftragstaktik, or mission-type tactics, which emphasized decentralized command and initiative among lower-ranking officers. Other divisions like Totenkopf, Das Reich, and LSSAH all became what they did because of Felix Steiner. Steiner's leadership style was characterized by a combination of strict discipline and personal charisma. He was known for leading from the front and earning the respect and loyalty of his men. His ability to inspire and motivate his troops was a key factor in the success of the Waffen SS units he commanded, but was very interested in how he never liked Himmler at all. The conflicts between Steiner and Himmler were not just ideological, but also personal. Steiner found Himmler's lack of military experience and his meddling in military affairs to be frustrating and counterproductive. Himmler, on the other hand, was wary of Steiner's influence and autonomy, fearing that his professional military approach might undermine the ideological purity of the SS. Despite being drawn into the SS by Himmler, Steiner harbored a deep-seated dislike for the Reichsführer SS. This animosity stemmed from both personal and ideological differences. Himmler's obsession with racial purity and mystical beliefs clashed with Steiner's pragmatic and professional military outlook. Steiner viewed Himmler's ideological fanaticism as a distraction from the practical necessities of building an effective fighting force. Despite these tensions, Steiner managed to carve out a degree of independence for himself and his units. His focus remained steadfastly on the development and effectiveness of the Waffen SS as a combat force, often pushing back against Himmler's ideological directives. This tension between Steiner's military pragmatism and Himmler's ideological fanaticism played a significant role in shaping the Waffen SS's dual identity as both a political and military entity. Steiner's disenchantment with Hitler began during the early years of World War II. He was particularly frustrated by Hitler's constant interference in military affairs and his often unrealistic strategic decisions. Steiner, a professional soldier, found Hitler's lack of military experience and his tendency to make decisions based on ideology rather than practical military considerations to be a major hindrance. As the war progressed and Germany's situation became increasingly desperate, Steiner's frustration turned to disillusionment. He was particularly critical of Hitler's refusal to allow tactical withdrawals, which often led to unnecessary losses. By 1944, Steiner had lost all faith in Hitler's leadership. He became aware of various plots to assassinate Hitler, and while he was not directly involved, he expressed support for the idea. Steiner believed that Hitler's removal was necessary for any hope of a negotiated peace and the survival of Germany, and again in 1945 he also discussed the idea of killing him, as we stated earlier in the video. Felix Steiner's influence on the Waffen SS and his legacy in military history are both profound and complex. His role in shaping the Waffen SS into an elite fighting force cannot be understated. Steiner's pragmatic military approach, innovative tactics and leadership style significantly contributed to the combat effectiveness and formidable reputation of the Waffen SS during World War II. However, his story is also intertwined with the darker aspects of the Nazi regime, presenting a multifaceted legacy that continues to be debated by historians and military scholars. However, Steiner's association with the Nazi regime and the atrocities committed by the SS cast a long shadow over his legacy. The Waffen SS, despite its military prowess, was also responsible for numerous war crimes and atrocities.